Nitro is the glory, but e-buggy pays the bills. Welcome to the No Name RC podcast. Get ready for some serious bench racing. But be warned, we speak our minds, express our thoughts, and sometimes things can get a little rowdy.
Hate, and he just was influenced by the hate coming from the left, the hate coming from the right.
And let's get back to more club racing and less of this grabbing racing.
It's hard not to be arrogant when you're always right.
See what I mean? That's exactly why people call you arrogant, Max.
You may not agree with everything we say, but it's definitely worth a listen.
And our pick, can you stop whatever you're doing?
Join your host, Lefty the Great, with co-hosts and guests as they get together to chat RC.
Hey, after that race that I watched this morning, I have to talk about it.
Here we go. $100 right here, $100 throw. Oh no! I like this.
Yes, indeed. Nitro is the glory, and E-Buggy pays the bills. What's going on, everybody? Good afternoon to you. Good morning to some of you out there on the West Coast. Who is Ralph Wiggum?
From Simpsons, isn't him? Kid of the cop, right?
Oh, it's the cop. Right. What's up, Jerry? How you doing? X-Tech also said Ralph Wiggum voice. I'm first, but I don't. Okay, I probably have to go see some memes of that. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a live show with Maximus Mortimus and myself. And this show, we are going to look at the first quarter of RC racing. And it has been a busy one. But before we do that, we need your help. We need you guys to share this out. Please share. Let's get 100+ people in here watching. And Jerry says, snowed in today. Well, you do live in Wisconsin, and there was a lot of snow when I was up there last time. So hopefully the snow melts and you get to come to PMB in a couple weeks' time. But before we do that, I'd like to say thank you to our sponsors, J Concepts. A big shout out to them. I'll be racing at the J Concepts ONS this weekend. I leave tomorrow. My first time ever driving gas truck. Not driving, racing it, like actually racing it. I've driven it on tracks and stuff like that, but my first time actually racing. I'm looking forward to it. My Ignite Design RC truck. A big shout out to High Tech RCD, Sidewinder Fuels, Invisible Speed, ML Toys for all your ride-on needs, Beach RC, Techno RC, Mayako, Get Shit Done Coffee, Elite RC Productions, One Up Racing. Who else do we have here? A-Main Hobbies, SMC Racing Batteries, SJ Racing, and a big shout out. Don't forget, coming up in October 17th, 18th, and 19th, this is Short Trucks Nationals. I went to this event last year. It's a beautiful track there in Ardmore, Oklahoma. Absolutely beautiful outdoor facility, and it looked great. And thank you, Pete Martinez. Seth with a huge win. We will be talking about Seth here very shortly. It was a huge win for the young Minnesotan, and he's probably going to get one of those 10,000 lakes named after him. I'd like to say a big shout out to our drivers, David Ronnefeldt, who's celebrating his 30th birthday today. Happy birthday to the Viking. Also a big shout out to Robert Badier, Alexander Hagberg, Maddie G, Pecco Evening, Una Hotnan, and Mason Fuller. A big shout out to all of our patrons and our YouTube members. You guys have some things going on. If you're a patron or a YouTube member, you have early access, any promo code to our soft launch of our merch. We will be doing the loud launch of our merch when we get some more stuff up there. I want to say a big thank you to RC Racing TV for helping us get that all organized. We're using their platform to sell some merch. So if you like what we're doing, you want to support us, you want to buy some merch, if you're a patron or YouTube member, you get a special discount. And I just posted up about that again today. All righty. Before I go on, though, I do have to say some condolences. I actually found out that a friend of mine, I got to meet him, I think it was about a year or so ago. He actually passed away. And he was an avid RC racer. And back in the day, a big shout out. And unfortunately, I got things popping up here. A big shout out and our condolences to Wally Rodriguez, who I got to meet. He was racing with Mitch Crawford and Mike Sankson at some of these races. Unfortunately lost his battle with cancer and passed away. Very nice man. He was loved RC car racing, was doing it while he was sick. And it was I'm glad I got to meet him. I wish I'd have sat down and talked to him a little bit more, but unfortunately I didn't, I talked to him and he told me a little bit about him. I think I met his son, but just an awesome dude who loved RC racing. He was originally from the Northeast, but was in North Carolina and doing a lot of racing. And his buddy sent me a video of him. He drove his nitro like on his last, when he was still able to sit up and all that stuff. They took his nitro car there and they let him, just burn some fuel and driving around his yard, man, doing what he loved. So our condolences to Wally Rodriguez and his family and all the RC community that he touched as well. Also, another sad notice. I didn't know this gentleman, but I see that he was well liked. He was a fireman too, so it's a special place for me as well. I believe he's from the Midwest, but our condolences go out to Zeb Gardner II and his family. I got people commenting on her. Next time, use the NNRC one. But yes, Zeb passed away. He was an avid racer. I did not know much about him, but he's a firefighter, and I respect that as a former firefighter as well. I know everybody talked very highly of him. I saw a lot of condolences to him as well. So our condolences to him, the RC family that were around him and everything. Hey, I respect any man that's a firefighter and done it for many years. So unfortunate for it's always sad to lose people in the RC community, and it just sucks, right? Because a bit of history goes with them, and it sucks. Jeff says, I'm heading to his funeral now. Is that Wally's funeral or Zeb's? So some somber news to start our day off, but we wanted to say some condolences to those families and that RC community. So unfortunate. All right, Max, we're back. You know what, Max? We haven't been on this show since we did a Silver State recap, and in that time, I haven't publicly said thank you and congratulations to you on the No Name RC podcast winning the what was the content creator of the year in the RC racing. Oh, yeah. The RC Racing TV awards, which I thought was really cool. And I have a great, yeah, he does. He does have fun. I'll tell that a little later. But yes, congratulations, Max, because you've been a big part of that. I don't think we make the best content out there, but we hammer a lot out, right? So a big shout out to everybody out there that makes RC content. Keep it up. We were fortunate to be selected for that, and we want to say thank you guys out there as well. So yeah, well done, Maxie.
Yeah, I think we have maybe a little bit transferred the podcast in the past few years from just purely a podcast to a much larger media project with our coverage at the past two Worlds. And I think that's probably one of our best things in the last 2 years, what we've done. And yeah, it's nice to get recognition from it.
Oh yeah, I believe there are much better content creators out there, don't get me wrong, but we're consistent. And I think that's where it lies. And I think the people that held the awards, RC Racing TV, are probably the best in the industry when it comes to making their content and all that stuff. So it's all good. He says, this is exactly it. It's not great, but there's a lot of it. So I'm exactly. What's up? We got people in here. Good morning, everybody. Trugging her. I saw that you guys had a race this past weekend. And Lance is busy. Thought I was flying in tonight. No, but yes, I was a firefighter, but I thought that our van was going to catch on fire while it was smoking. And I was scared. So, I was like, defensive firefighting, get out and run. That's what I was all about. Get out and run, get safe. I bring JQ on and have some beer for Lefty. We'll be on fire. I actually talked to JQ this morning, so he's a bit angry. Someone stole his phone. He's trying to get it back. Wow. Yeah. All right. So, Max, for a little catch up for everybody, you are now in France, and you can see the scenery has changed. You now have a blank wall. Okay, Lance, will you tell the full story? I did. So what happened was Danny Paz and his inverter was connected up somehow, and the brake thing caught. And as we stopped to get some food, there was smoke coming out of there. And I jumped out and ran because I thought the car was going to catch on fire. And,
Explode
but it
like
was
in the
just,
movies.
yes, but it was just, cars down here run on propane and they blow up. So it was quite scary. We got beer and bratwurst in there, as well as Magnus from Sweden. But yes, let's get back to, so you're in France. Sorry. You have been there for now about a month. You've been busy. Also been busy doing some stuff, clipping up stuff, doing lots of thumbnails. I know a lot of people are seeing us dropping some content every day. Basically what we're doing is clipping up.
Okay, let this be the last of this firefighter thing, but I think this is a good one.
Hey, defensive firefighting. You don't run into the fire. You defensively get away in a safe position, acknowledge the situation, and then attack. That's what I was doing.
But let's get on me again. Keenan's firefighting pedigree clearly has some holes in it, but so I moved to France. We actually recorded once with Will already, but this is our first podcast. I think this is our second podcast of the whole year with you and me, and it's already March. We haven't been doing this a lot. You've been on the road. I was traveling here during January, and then since then you've been on the road, and but finally we are here. It's us two, not the OGs, because OG was kind of you and JQ, but I feel like this is gonna be a good one. We have a lot to talk about because we haven't been on the air together in a while.
We do have a lot to talk about. We do. And then we're going to take some questions. And remember, super chat questions get answered first and get more dedication. We also have a poll going on in the YouTube chat, which is currently, let's see, we have 31 votes. Is Stefan Dalen the number one driver at Techno? Yes, no, or not yet. So there you go. Go on over to that poll. If you're on the Facebook, go on over to the YouTube. Check it out. I like to put the comments up here as well so people can see them. And then we can see all the comments. All right. So I think we should pay some bills, say a big thank you to J Concepts, and let's get into the nitty-gritty of this podcast. What do you say, Maxi?
Let's do that.
All righty. Thank you, J Concepts, for all the support. Alrighty. So somebody thought Wally was going to come on today. He was, but we decided we're not going to be doing a recap on the race that happened this past weekend fully, like we usually do. We're going to do a recap on the whole quarter. And I think Wally's a little tired, but I will be doing another show with him. It was an interesting chat with him. The Hong Nor looks very interesting. He's got some more updates for us. If I'm not mistaken, I think he had a pretty good race this past weekend. And no, Max did not move to France. He is on a exchange student
exchange. Yeah. Well, I don't know how you say it. I'm gonna be living here for 6 months. So yeah.
All right.
I have my own place here and stuff like that.
So we have a few news things you want to talk about. Max, you want to bring up the top 25. Do you want to have that because you want to have control of it, or do you want me to?
Let me bring it up for you guys. So I wanted to start off with this because it's been a while since we were on, and since we're recapping the whole quarter, it does make a lot of sense for us to sort of see where we started off with the year. So this is obviously after Silver State, the race in Vegas. So we had Mason Fuller winning that race, then Rivkin with a second, jumping up the charts quite a bit. But still, you can see the Europeans are really dominating the list at the beginning of the year. So you have Ongaro, you have Canas, you have Boots, and this is basically all from they had a really good Worlds last time out in Redovan, and because when you have a good Worlds, your scores jump up a lot, and then when we have a lot of these big races in Europe, they jump up as well. And Fend, on the other hand, he's had a few tough races last year, so he's dropped a lot. As you can see, 16 points away. Fuller, similarly, tough races here and there. Mayfield, the Worlds really dropped him back. So it's looking really good for the Europeans. And then Fee, he's been going up the charts a lot, breaking into the top 10 at the early point of this year. Seth, who we are going to talk about a lot today, because he's had a great start to the year. I think he's gone post our first show this year. He's gone undefeated in Nitro Buggy in all of the big races. So he won 2 races in Nitro Buggy, which is great for him and for anyone.
You know the TNR race counted to the top 25, right?
I think it counts.
It does. Sure. It should be an update on that.
Yeah, we'll go through all of that at some point. But yeah, so he'll be climbing up the charts. I think he should be in the top 10. I don't think we have the newest one updated yet, but we're gonna go into what we had last week. So yeah. Either way, more Americans towards the bottom of the list. Camden Line, for example, I think he's going to be jumping up the list quite a bit this week. Coelho really down the line. I think he's been kind of out of 8 scale. And I think Ronefog is another name who's going to drop a bit because he hasn't been attending a lot of races. But this is kind of where we started off the year, Europeans at the top, Canas having a few good races here. And then a lot of the Americans having some good results under their belt to raise them up. So let's start off with that and then move towards the races later on. But we have also some other news which you're gonna probably touch on next. But I don't know if you want to comment on the top 25. I do think it is a bit biased towards the Europeans right now, just because of the fact that the Worlds have been on European soil, and then we had the Euros, and all of the top Europeans have kind of been in the top in all of the races in Europe, like Buggyland. I think even the Italian race counted. Then what other race? Reg GP, I think that counted as well. So a lot of the Southern Europeans will be ranking up the charts, and that's where we started off the year.
Well, I'm bringing up the top 25, and the last one that I see that they have was February 11th, and that was. So they had the TNR Fuels challenge as well. Wasn't much movement in the top 7. And then they had so I'll bring this up so we can have a look at it. Because, right now the industry is kind of based on the top 25. As we heard Mayfield say, the industry bases the contingency on the top 25. But here you go. Not much movement. I mean, Ongaro, Juan Carlos Canas, Elliott Boots, Fend, Fuller moved up a bit. Mayfield moved up a bit. He'll might drop down a little bit after this past weekend. Seth Van Dalen, we expect to move up as well. And yeah, I mean, Camden Line, he was in 20th. I hope he does move up a little bit because I think he got podiumed here this past weekend.
Yep.
And Frankie Contreras dropped on to the last bit, and I think we're going to see Jonah Wilson kind of disappear off of this, and probably Tebow, to be honest. But Tebow might stay on there.
Yeah. But we might have someone like Jermaine Robinson. He might be able to make the list after the race this past weekend because he had a showing at the main. And like you said, there was some drivers who had a poor showing at the race. So like Tebow and Wilson, I think they'll be dropping out of the list. The next one that will come out.
Yeah, awesome. We wanted to cover that first, and then let's move on. We had a bunch of new tires being released here in the 8 scale world. We had the TZO. I'll bring it up for you, Max. The TZO 500, which is a truggy tire, if I'm not mistaken.
It is a truggy tire, but I wanted to bring it up because it's also a new pattern.
Max is giving some truggy love.
Yeah, well, not necessarily truggy love, but I think like the pattern they released it for buggy first. We didn't talk about it then, so we can talk about it. If you could zoom in just a bit,
Okay.
on the so we can see that. So I think this is kind of where the tire industry is going right now. So we started off with like we had either big pin, mini pin. That was their 2010s, you know. Then people came up with the AKA Impact. Pro Circuit released the hot dices. Proline had the blockade, which was like a medium pin. Then people started coming up with like semi-thread tires, like the J Concepts Detox, for example. And since then, the detox has evolved into relapse. And what is the other one? They had relapse and
Detox.
rehab. So the rehab, relapse, and detox. And basically, what happened? The detox was really tight pin structure, and not a lot. It was very bad in the dust. So relapse was like a move towards a more open pin. Then we had Hot Race release their I think it was called Havana last year. And we're going to talk about what they just released now recently. And yeah, somebody said on the comments that promotion has the phantoms. Exactly, like a lot of the tire brands are going towards this direction of what the detox was, but opening it up. It's like a mix between a mini pin and this tight like patterns type tire with a lot of like even 2-stage pins. And I think this is kind of because the American tracks are going off the way of it's dusty enough where you cannot run like a thread tire or like a very tight pin, but then there is actually a groove line, so you still need to have like a lot of contact area on the tire, so you cannot run like a full pin tire. And I think this is sort of TCO's interpretation of that. And let me actually bring up the Hot Race interpretation of that, because they just released a new tire today. Oh no, I don't have the link. I have the wrong link. Okay, if you have the...
Oh no, that's TZO link. But let's...
yeah. Okay. Let me. I have it here from Surface RC. Okay. Yeah. So I'll bring it up. Professional show, right?
Max, you're making mistakes.
Yeah. So let's bring that to the screen here. So this is the Hot Race tire. So this is kind of a mix. So you have these small pins on the outside of the tire, which are going to be giving you, you know, a good side bite when it's a little bit dusty. You will have a nice feeling on the dust. But then you have these big pins on the center, which will be giving you a lot of drive. So the Havana tire they released last year, I think that was more of the sort of classic detox style, and this is like the sort of making it available to be used on tracks that have a lot of tire wear, and also tracks that you need a lot of forward biting. So I feel like this is the new stage of the tire games, because we had a lot of like, you know, the dirt bites, I think it's called, that the J Concept released. Falcons was one with the ghost pin. There was big development on that front 2 years ago, and now we're going on the route of like this thread pin mix tire. Yeah, it's like, it reminds me a lot of the tires that they run in like dirt oval in full scale, where they have just like cut like square patterns, because like basically it's starting to look like, instead of the pins like ejecting from the carcass, that they cut the carcass down to make the pins, if you see what I'm getting. It's like a negative form of the tire. And somebody commented that Proline just released a new tire at DNC, and you're in luck, because that's what I'm gonna bring up next.
Oh, you got it?
I have it here. I'll bring it up for you guys.
Does any old school guys in here remember the Knuckles 1.0 and 2.0? That's what these kind of remind me. I think that tire, maybe if a little cut down maybe if a little cut down type of tread would still be great this time. I think the Knuckles was ahead of its time.
Yeah, so this is the new Proline tire, and this is basically, I can't remember the name that TCO calls them, but I know it's basically J-Concepts made the fuzz bites for carpet, and then they came up with the dirt bites for dirt with the curved pin structure. And then Trocaneer in the comments says ProMotion has the Vipers. So this is kind of established part of a lot of these tire manufacturers category already. J-Concepts came up with this, I think, 2 years ago already. And Proline is coming up with one now. So I think this is kind of, I think we're going away altogether from the mini pin or reflex type of tire, and this is going to be what we're going to be running in the future, or when the conditions are like that. So you have a little bit more give as the pins are curved. You still have that good forward traction with the center pins being a bit more beefy, and then you have the option of switching it around, so you can have it on different directions, which give you different characteristics. You will get more forward traction the other way around. This way around, you will get more forgiving side bite. So I think there is definitely compound wars between the tire manufacturers, but also we're getting into the territory where the tire manufacturers have to also look into the thread design. It cannot be anymore that you just make a block tire and it works. You have to actually put more, think of a little bit outside the box and introduce different threads. Because as we're going to go into later on in the episode or the show, there is a big tire war right now. At the last race this weekend, 3 different manufacturers in top 3. In Europe, it's more about the compound. In America, it's actually the thread and the compound that we're having a war with. So very interesting times, and I think there's going to be plenty of new releases in the market. And let's see. Yeah, here's a crime wave is what they call it. Here's a view from the side. So you can see the curve really well here of the pin formation. And well, I have a comment here. I want to show you guys, because I think this is exactly the right thing. Chinese tire wars, because I think the reason is that the Chinese companies really aggressively started to market to Western people. I've gotten like tens of contacts from Facebook. Some Chinese manufacturer says, "Hey, would you like to make your own tire?" Blah blah blah. And I think a lot of people like looked at the prices and they was like, "Yeah, it actually makes sense, and you can sell tires in the market right now." And that's what I think has happened, and why we have these wars. And actually, we have a good comment from Paul Wynn here, that it was actually the reflex which ended up winning. And I think this is kind of the downside of it. So even if you create this new thread, you test the tire, you're like, okay, this is a tenth faster, maybe 2 tenths faster. A lot of the times, simplicity beats like maximum optimization, because reflex, it's a forgiving tire in every direction. Seth probably had all of his setup figured out. He's used his tires so many times. And when you're going into a main after not driving on the track in that condition for 2 days, which is the case in a lot of these West Coast races, you want the comfort. The more comfort you have, the less mistakes you're going to make, and the more you can do what you do every single lap. And another good comment: reflex proof that half these tires are hype. Partly yes, but there are also conditions where reflex is not the optimum tire. And this is exactly what I'm going after. Races like we have in the West Coast, where there's big times between the races you want comfort. You don't want to have the fastest car to a T. You want the car that you can expect what it's going to do. You want the car that you know when you're going to go out there and you know you're going to hit that bump, what it's going to do. And that's when you go back to the old faithful, you know. That's when you go to the, you know, gridirons for AKA or Reflex for J Concepts. For me, I always used to run a triple Ds in the front, Reflex in the back, because I like the steering of the triple Ds and the comfort of the Reflex. And I think even now, like if I went to a West Coast race in America, I'd go with that combo because I loved it. That I think that's an unbeatable combo. But yeah, I digress. We should move on.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you to Robert Kuntz. He gave us a $25 super chat. Thank you, sir. He also purchased himself some of the NNRC merch as well. He showed it to me, and he had a seamless transaction, he told me. I will say this. I only have a few sets of tires in my tire collection at Lance's in my tire bag, and it's basically Reflexes, blue and green, and then I have an aqua pair of dirt lights and Truggy tire. So
yeah,
there you go.
Dude, can I go into a very short tangent? So I think I'm gonna probably piss off some people. I know, but this is exactly the reason.
Let's stop right now.
No, it's like an ideological difference. So this is exactly the reason why spec tire is so good, and this is like the perfect explanation of why spec tires make sense. Because you have a tire, Reflex, which was made. Paul is probably going to give me the year, but I'd say like 2012 or something, 2013 maybe, when they released the tire. 13 years later, 15 years later, whatever. That is still the tire that wins big races consistently. And all of that development, like companies like J Concepts, they're not going to make a tire that's worse than what they had before. They probably tested all of these tires and was like, okay, in this condition, we have a small benefit over the Reflex. So we're going to release the dirt bites. We're going to release the Falcons, you know, and in some conditions, it's better. But if you look at most of the time, Reflex is still gonna be on average the best tire, and that's why at the end of the day, no matter how much tire development you do, something simple is gonna be the best in the average case. And when you have like companies putting in money, which are in the end transferred on to the consumer. And most of the tires, like people say, it is a bit of hype. Like it's a new tire. Yes, it might be better somewhere, but most people won't need it, you know. But the market wants it. The people want to have the latest and the greatest. So that's why I think like this is a perfect example that if we just like had a spec tire, which would be like a Reflex, most people would be happy. Most people would be just as fast, and a lot of like hobbyists would save money. But yeah, that was my tangent, and I think it's a great sort of connection between the tire wars and the spec tire market.
Robert Kuntz was over and under for today's stream. Not 7 hours, I can tell you that. Definitely under 7, but it's probably going to be 3. And
yeah,
there we go.
Yes.
And
for once, like people encourage my tangents.
Good. Well, it was a good tangent. Should we anything else before we get into the IFMAR 10 scale onward worlds, Krafavalic?
I don't think I didn't have too much time going after some news. I don't know if we had any like new car stuff. We're gonna talk about Ongaro and Montpellier, but that's a different conversation. We're gonna talk about when we talk about Montpellier, but I haven't really seen much new stuff on the cars recently. I think, but I could be wrong because I haven't been.
Techno had some new stuff. Well, I wouldn't say it's new, but they've been trying out new stuff.
The white pivots.
Yeah, all of that.
Yeah, but that's old news. Yeah.
All right. Well, you know what? We want to say a big thank you to High Tech RC. If you're looking for top tier performance and reliability in your RC setup, High Tech RCD has you covered with industry leading chargers and servers for both surface and air applications. Whether you're bashing, racing, taking to the skies, or the water, High Tech has you covered. With its advanced technology, it delivers precision, power, and durability when you need it most. From high torque servers to smart, efficient charging solutions, trust High Tech to keep you in control. High Tech, powering passion, elevating performance. Visit hightechrcd.com today and let them know you heard about it on the No Name RC podcast. All right. So once again, Max, we are coming in. We are 2 weeks away from a world championship. And this is the third world championship in a row that has great to hear you guys at work on the money. Thank you. Thank you very much. And Derek Dent is correct. Sorry, I just saw this. Beach RC put on a spec tire class at Sumter RC, and I think it had 27 racers sign up for it this past Saturday. All right. That is good. You know, we've seen spec tire work. So this is the third Worlds in a row. So it goes back to Brazil, 2024, and they couldn't go to Worlds because they couldn't get the permits. Then we went to Costa Rica, which was supposed to have the 10 scale sedan Worlds. They couldn't get the proper permits, so it had to get switched up, and that was last year, if I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now, with 2 weeks left to go, the Worlds, that was two Worlds, because it's two Worlds, not just one. It's 12 scale Worlds and the 10 scale touring car Worlds have been postponed and will both be relocated to a different location. Now, I've had lots of communication with IFMAR about this and finding out what's going on. And if you read their letter, which they put up a few days ago, I think it was, I don't know if we have, and here's the thing. People have been traveling to the GDC facility in China a lot. Lots of the touring cars. There's been an off-road race there. There's been a lot. It is an absolutely beautiful facility. It is probably one of, if not the best facilities in the world, period, that has on-road and off-road, and just how modern it is, talking to Pecco and Salty Joe and all those guys. I have to say hold on, we have somebody famous in the chat. I just have to say, hello, gingerbread man. Hope you're doing good, Kyle Kosek. See you in a couple of weeks, my good friend. That's the gingerbread man. Catch him if you can. Kyle Kosek. So let's just get that out of the debate. People have been traveling to this facility. I've heard nothing but great things about it. And all of that, right? Now, we started hearing rumblings about this a couple of weeks ago, and it looked like it was going to be postponed or canceled. Now, a lot of people think it's because of safety problems and traveling to China, and I could understand that now, especially people who are flying over the Middle East and stuff like that as well. We're not going to get into that, but getting into China is not a problem. People are doing it. People are scheduled to go in and do all that type of stuff. But what this came down to, if you look on their letter, I'm going to go find that letter that we had, but this came down from what I'm told, this came down to somebody pulling the permits from them. You got to read in between the lines. Basically, it sounds like somebody when it had the handout like this, and then said, if you don't put something in her that makes this go down like that, then we're pulling the permits, and that's what's going to happen. That's what the demands were met. So it basically sounds like somebody wanted to make some money, and then when it didn't happen, they kind of pulled out. And then they took the permits with them, and apparently this person isn't even working in the office that they're working. There's new people now involved. So in order for them to get the permits and everything that's needed to do this, it's going to take 4 months or so. So even if they wanted it to happen, it couldn't happen this coming weekend. Now, does that help anybody else out who spent a whole lot of money to go to this? Probably not. Hopefully they have insurance or they can change their ticket, because we don't even know if it's going to be in China. It's probably going to be somewhere else. So I know people's going to say this is IFMAR's fault. Well, I don't think it's IFMAR's fault on this. And no, the amount of money that I've kind of heard was wanted is ridiculous. But it wasn't, from what I can tell, it wasn't IFMAR that they were trying to get some money out of. Facility.
Yeah. So the thing is that, from my understanding, the facility has got some government funding. I don't know specifically how the government funding in China works. Like, is it like a private entity that lends the money, but he has connections to the government, or is it that they apply for a fund from the government? I don't know. But from my understanding, there has been big money behind this facility, and it looks like it has big money behind the facility. And the way I understood it from all the information we have gathered is that there was a specific person in the local governmental office, not the Chinese government, but the local, kind of like in America, if you would have a state, And this person, was basically corrupt, from my understanding, and he wanted money under the table. And since then, the people in that office have been changed. But as you said, like, if you're a new person in a government that used to be corrupt, and then you're gonna be like fast signing a bunch of permits, it's gonna look bad on you. So I think that's what it came down to, that they had a bad person in the local government, and tried to blackmail basically the people who are organizing the race, and then it fucked over the race. I think that is the most likely explanation, and from reading between the lines, I think it's quite obvious that that was the case.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of, from what I can tell, kind of what happened in Brazil. Somebody wanted some money under the table to get permits, and then Costa Rica wasn't allowed to get permits as well. And basically, these people, look, man, I'm not. That's just sometimes that's just how things work, right? I'm pretty sure people get money under the table and all this type of stuff. I'm just assuming this is what our assumptions are, reading between the lines. But a lot of people are going to say, where can we read the letter? Actually, let me bring it up. It should be on IFMAR's site.
IFMAR's Facebook.
It's IFMAR's Facebook. And if you read, it basically says demands were not met. Because IFMAR can't just come out right and say, hey, this is happening. Actually, let me see. Do I have it here? I have it here. We'll bring it up. Thank you, Crash Fast Campbell. Please don't crash fast, though. Well, if you're going to crash fast, right? Let's bring it up. I have it here. Alrighty. So all right.
Yeah, so this is the initial update. Yeah.
Yes. Approximately 1 week ago, the previously issued approval was withdrawn by the regulatory authority with a request that the event be postponed as certain conditions were not met. Reference was also made to safety concerns relating to the current situation in the Middle East. These concerns have proven to be inconsistent with formal advice from the Chinese government and fabricated as an excuse to postpone the event until the conditions were met with the previous regulatory administration. Subsequent discussions have been indicated that these matters may relate to false administrative requirements and a current transition of personnel within the regulatory authority. Host and local authority officials are currently working to expedite the approval process with the newly appointed administration that formally took office this week in an effort to allow the event to proceed as originally scheduled. And here we go. Well, I'll start from the beginning. Here's the sequence of events. The relevant Chinese regulatory authority was engaged approximately 1 year ago by the host regarding the World Championships. The local authority officials, on behalf of the host, was requested to prepare the necessary documentation for the event to be conducted by a state-supported event. This documentation was completed and approval was granted. Until approximately 2 weeks ago, the event was understood to be fully approved and preparations were proceeding accordingly. So this is the letter. It's on their Facebook. I don't know if that's the original letter, but I know that it was about demands not being met. And if you just read between the lines, basically somebody.
Yeah.
Basically. So a lot of people is going to say, well, China shouldn't have a world championship.
It's not about China. It's every country. Like, I know I've been involved in a race in the Asian scene. And it was like anything that was done at the event, it was like this cost this amount. And then when you went there to get the thing, like mailing something, you had to pay money to the people under the table. And like, this is the way people do business, like like in countries like this. Like I don't know
Like
how
where I
it
live.
can happen in China, because I think they would be very strict about it, and I think the reason why they have changed the local government could be because the guy they found was corrupt. Because I know for a fact that they are quite strict on stuff like this. But yeah, like South America, I'm not surprised at all that stuff like this happens. Southeast Asia, not surprised at all. China, I'm a bit surprised, but then again, not that surprised. You know.
The amount of money that I heard they were looking for was 7 figures.
Yeah, yeah, insane.
So now, to those of that saying that China shouldn't have I heard people say China shouldn't have a world championship. Listen, they pay their fees.
They've had plenty. Yeah,
They had them before. The last one was 2017. You know, they pay their fees. They are part of the association. They have the right to have a world championship. They have had them before. Now, would I go back with if I'm IFMAR, I'm gonna blacklist them for a little while, because you can't risk this again, right? And I don't think people will trust to go back there again. And it's unfortunate because the fucking facility is beautiful, right? It's absolutely beautiful, and it would have killed 2 birds with 1 stone. I shouldn't, you know what I mean. They'll break 2 windows with 1 stone. I don't want to talk about killing birds with you on her, Max. But basically, you would have had the 12 scale worlds and the 10 scale worlds at the same time. 2 weeks done, everybody happy, but had a good time in China, at a beautiful facility, and we would have been done. But unfortunately, now it's looking like it's going to be in November. But then you got to think about all the time and money and effort that the companies put into sending these people over here to test and do all this type of stuff. So people get to stay home or Easter weekend instead of being in China. So I don't know where it's going to be, but they're talking about it being in Asia somewhere. But you might have to go find 2 locations now, because you need to have a 12 scale and a 10 scale one.
I think it's going to be in Thailand, because first of all, because they've held like postponed worlds like twice now for the nitro classes, and for second, like people go to TITC all the time. They have a they have a long history of hosting international races, and I think they will, partly because of that the owners are somewhat influential in their areas. I think they will have less issues like this and doing things at a short notice. So I'm my guess would be that it's going to be somewhere in Thailand. Where, no idea, but one of the big facilities they have.
I mean, why not just do it at the place they just had that party, the touring car party? Like everybody was there, so they'll know what it's like.
They had the Worlds in 2016. You mean the Sanpadao factory? SI
No.
GP?
The place where they just had that big touring car race where everybody's there for like 3 weeks.
Oh, TITC. Yeah. RC Addict. Yeah.
That's where it is. Team 11. He knows what he's talking about. All right. We got Salty Joe in the house. The Salty is supposed to race yesterday, but it got a downpour of rain there in Bermuda. All righty. So unfortunately, I feel bad for the racers that were going over there that aren't like factory. Like I saw Jan Rathesky. He's a German racer, very good racer. Races for X-Ray. He was upset, and rightfully so. He was like, man, I was going to take my whole family over here. We was going to go for 2 weeks. I don't know, man. I don't know. Hard thing to say. I don't know, man. I don't know what you do in this situation. Do you allow them to come back in and try again? I don't know, because they've had successful worlds before, but this is going to leave a bad taste in people's mouths, in my opinion.
I don't know. I think if they have the worlds at the same place at the end of the year, I think it would be fine, because now they know what they need, and IFMAR is very aware of what happened last time. So I don't think it would be terrible to just like reschedule. Like I don't think it would be terrible, especially because they have different people in charge of the local government or the regulatory agency or whatever you call it. So I don't think it would be bad to have it here. And I don't think, should you blacklist them? I don't know. Like, does it really help anything? Yeah, because the fault is completely like out of their hands. But then again, like, because then if you basically blacklisted them now, you would have to blacklist a whole bunch of other other places as well. You know,
I don't know, but
retroactively, of course. But yeah,
people will be like, well, what? I get. So I'm gonna play devil's advocate on this. So if we go back to China, what's to make sure to this event? Let's say we go there. I think the time they said was August, right? Because it would take about 4 or 5 months. Well, what's to say this isn't going to happen again, right? What type of guarantee can the hosts and everybody give that this doesn't happen? Because I'm sure there's going to be some fear of this. Plus, the way things are going in the world right now, you know, who knows, right? So I don't know what the answer is. I think I like the idea of going back there at a later date, because then all the testing and all that stuff that you did there doesn't go to waste. People, it's probably an easier way to change people's tickets, going to the same places, just at a different time. So I would like that, but they have to have some sort of guarantee saying, hey guys, we're sorry, we didn't mean for this to happen, it was out of our hands, we're going to guarantee this. So I don't know, but it's a hard decision for the regular Joe.
I think the only person who can make that call are the people behind the scenes who know the truth. Because the thing is that we can't really know that, like, was it just one corrupt person, or is there some beef with the track owners and some people?
Well,
we can't know, like, the behind the scenes, and I think they are the only people who know for sure what is the reason, and if the reason of this happening is gone, and IFMAR has to just get bottom of what it was the reason, and is this risk gone, and then they have to make the decision of should we go back here or another place. So
I don't know, man. I don't know, but
you know what I am?
You know what I am excited about is that I'm 100% sure that the Off-Road World Championships are going to be happening in October. I think it is. And
well, that's good.
I can't wait for that
Well, I wouldn't be too sure right now. I'm sorry.
Well, right now they're happening. So
but it could be that we can't travel there because we're out of the country. So who knows?
Who knows? All right. So do you want to get into our first quarter recap now? We've been going for
we should get going because it's been a while.
All right. Well, this is brought to you by Invisible Speed. They just dropped a new setup board. That's pretty cool. And I don't think Max has one. But, we're going to play that old commercial because we like it.
Stop scrolling. You want to be Lewis Hamilton? Learn something new with Invisible Speed. You can't do everything at 100% maximum speed. You have to be smooth. I mean, when you drive a real car, if you drive a real car, how do you just, when you get to a 90-degree corner to turn into the parking lot, do you go like that with the steering wheel? Do you like slam on the throttle and the brake? No. You probably turn the wheel smooth and get on the throttle smooth. Same thing with an RC car. If you want to learn more and make your speed visible, stop scrolling.
Stop scrolling. Brian Fink. Fuck China. They're a shitty dictatorship country and can never trust them. Are you guys stupid? No, but we're just looking at every possible angle, a point of view, Mr. Fink. But
the thing is, everybody could say that about any country at this point. Depending on your...
We're not going to focus on that too much.
I'll answer this one, though. I'm trying. I will try to. I hope there will not be any travel restrictions, but there could be. So that's I'm a bit worried about that, actually. But our goal is to go there with me, you, maybe even Will, if we can make it happen. But I am a bit afraid that it might be that we can't travel there, but who knows? At the moment we can.
I'll be there, even if I have to swim across somehow, somebay get there. I'll be there. I am not.
You're gonna become an illegal just for the RC Worlds.
Hey man, it's the Worlds. It's the Worlds. Yeah. All right. Let's get into our early quarter recap. So we already talked about Silver State. We recapped that earlier. We saw Mason Fuller won that earlier this year. That was like the first big 8-scale race that kicked off. But then we had the Southern Indoor Championship, which happened, which we didn't really talk about much because it was while I was there, it was a quiet race because usually this is the race that kicks off the beginning of the year. But with the Silver State race being in January, and it looks like it's going to be in January from here on out or whatever it's going to be. And then, of course, the the SIC and then the TNR Fuels Challenge clashed because they were both on the same weekend, right? So the attendance on the pro side was very low for the Southern Indoor Championship. It actually dropped it. So for the first time in a long time, the SIC race dropped out of the top 25 program for this year. So it wasn't a part of the top 25. So it only had really top guys were like Dakota Fenn, Sontag, Julian Oliveras, Cole Caston, Tyler Jones, Brandon Rose was there. I didn't even have a full heat of pro guys, right? So a few people jumped up and, who usually run intermediate ran pro. I thought it was for me, I enjoyed the event. I enjoyed the event. I enjoyed the event with less people. We got out there at a good time. People were able to enjoy, you was able to go enjoy yourself evening times. It was cold. It was cold that weekend as well. But I think that made for a good weekend. We had great racing in the intermediate class. We saw some great racing. We saw Tater Sontag in e-buggy kind of take out Fend on like the last lap. And I'll never forget when Sontag kind of came off the stand, he was like, like, shit, what did I do? But I think they were cool. I remember people were joking like, oh, how's Tater going to get home this weekend? Whatever. But I will say this. I actually raced this, and it was a very, very fun track by Bobby. Very fun. And you can see you had the doubles here. I made the B man. Danny Paz beat me here this weekend too. I have to admit that. But Dakota Fenn said that this was the weirdest this surface has ever been. It was very weird. And
yeah, I saw from the video that it looked like very sticky. Like it was like a bit loamy, a bit sticky,
Mm-hmm. And then right over here, if that very far right-hand corner where you have that jump by the wall right there in that corner, that like right over here in that top right-hand corner. No, up more. Here? This one, up here. Yes, it was crazy ruts back there. But all the jumps held up. Yeah, but all the jumps were good. I mean, it was fun. I mean, I drove my e-truck in there. There was nothing on this track that was very hard to do. So I thought it was good. Unfortunately, a light turnout. We saw Nitro Buggy was Fenn, Sontag, and Caston. Really wasn't no challenge for Fenn. And I actually thought this was probably the better race for him to come to because he won it the previous year. He knew how it was going to act. And this was the first time on the big race scene on the Matrix tires. So I thought it was pretty good for him. Rose did struggle. And like, this is a race where you expect Rose to be in the hunt, right? And challenging Fenn.
He
and all
won it
stuff.
2 years ago.
He won it a couple years. He won it in 2024, I think it was. But unfortunately, he wasn't. Nobody was really able to touch Fenn. The only person was pretty much Sontag. But like I said, this race because of the low turnout of the pros, did not count towards the top 25. But all because of Silver State kind of jumping at the beginning of the year on it pretty much with very short notice. It bunched everything up, right? And then the only date that Dave could get was on the same date that Chris had over there for the TNR Fuels Challenge. So that's what messed up SIC. But so there we had two big races. We had Silver State, then we had SIC, and on the same weekend we had the TNR Fuel Challenge. Do you want to say anything about SIC before we move on? Because I'm not trying to spend countless time on each race that's happened here.
Well, I want to go through like what happened at the race, like not necessarily like.
Okay, go ahead if you have any questions. I was there. I'll try to remember.
No, but I mean like result wise, because yeah, the turnout was low. I think surface was different from before. I do have to say that because I'm just here like looking at the qualifying results, like like Rose wasn't really like too close
factor.
to fending e-buggy. In Nitro buggy, the Rose did TQ, so he had good speed in Nitro, but in e-buggy, like he was not there. Like Fenn dominated, and I feel like for some reason Fenn has been looking like much more comfortable in e-buggy, pretty much since he joined X-Ray, I think. A few guys worth mentioning, I think. Jones, I think his first race with WIRC.
He did break a
So
wing. So he did break a wing at the very beginning of the Nitro final, I think it was. So he
yeah,
drove,
yeah,
he
yeah.
had-
So yeah, so in qualifying, it was kind of like Fend, Rose, and Jones were like the obvious top three Nitro buggy, and then Sontag was in e buggy, and Sontag was like quite a far behind, like multiple seconds behind, I think. And then, but in Nitro, for some reason, like Jones struggled even in the qualifiers. He got a 2 in round 1, but apart from that, he seemed to struggle quite a bit. And Fend and Rose were like clear number 1. Even though Sontag only got 4th in qualifying, it was definitely like a different story in the mains for both e-buggy and Nitro. You want to go through e-buggy first for the main?
Go ahead.
Yeah, because it was quite carnage. So Sontag winning in front of Hunter King and Julian Oliveras. So none of the names you would expect in the top 3. Fend all the way down in 5th. Rose 7th and Jones 8th. Both Jones didn't even start. I don't know what happened. Probably broke in practice or something. Do you remember what happened to Jones in e-buggy?
I can't remember. That was over a month ago, buddy.
Yeah, and Rose breaking after 3 minutes. Like I think yes, it's a win for Sontag, but at the same time, like Fenn would have had this in the bag. Apart from like the issues he had in the A main. But yeah, good showing for Hunter King. A podium for TLR, I guess, and a good showing for Julian Oliveras as well,
Very good.
from Florida. But e-buggy was carnage, so I don't want to dwell on it too much. So we move on to Nitro, and this was a bit more straightforward. Fenn, Sontag, and Kasten in 3rd actually. Rose again, not a good run in the mains after TQing Nitro. And Jones, as you said, broke a wing early on in the main, finishing 7th out of 8. Not a lot to talk about at this race. I think it's kind of just that Fend looks good. Fend looks really comfortable. But I think it's like weird because he just has like this breakdown moments, like in e-buggy, like he just doesn't.
No, but it
he should win this.
Tell you, Taylor took him out.
But still, like even if Taylor took you out, you should still be able to like come back.
No, like he broke. He broke.
He broke, but he still finished.
I mean, I think it was the last lap or whatever. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think he broke. I could be wrong. It's been a while.
Maybe he limped to the finish then.
I can't remember. But I think it was near either the last lap and they got together, and it was kind of yeah, I can't remember. It's been a long time. But if I'm not, that's what I think happened. So
yeah, but the more interesting
that we are wrong.
Yeah, like I think the biggest stories out of this race, it's like I feel like it's a much smaller race than the TNR, which we're going to talk about next. But the biggest story out of this race is I feel like Tater wins races when nobody's there. You know, like when nobody goes, he wins, like gets a surprise win. And then when it's big race, like, you know, like PMB's gonna come up, he's like usually like on the brink of even making the main, or even if that. So it's kind of like weird. And I think he has the skill to really be fighting at the top, but he only has like good performances when nobody's there, you know?
Well, except
like,
the World Championships.
Well, that was yes, of course. But I mean, like recently, since his move to X-Ray, I think that's kind of been the case. He has made some mains here, so but I think he has potential, but it's just like he just hasn't unlocked it, to be honest.
Got you.
Well, but yeah, that's it for SIC for me. I don't know if you want to add on
So
before
I know that SIC is going to be on a different date next year. I don't think it's going to be the beginning of the year. It's going to be later on in the year.
Okay.
That's what I was told. So that's going to change.
Even like watching the live stream and stuff, you could kind of feel that 8 cars in pro class. Like it felt like people knew that the dates got fucked, and like it's a bit sad because this has been one of the this has been the big race at the beginning of the year for all the pros, like since a long time ago, you know. So I hope the next year it'll be back on its feet.
I have to give some credit. The intermediate class was great. And it had, dude, my dog is out there snoring like crazy outside my door. Sorry. And Mad Maddie Long actually beat all the young, she was Mad Maddie Long, Ryan Daze, Aiden Ridgway. There's all fast, young, up-and-coming racers, Daze being the older. And then you had the 2 veterans like Will McIver and Don Elliott in 5th. But she beat all those guys. And she's developing into a very good, solid racer. And I think once she starts putting out those elbows, like I've been telling her, it's gonna be hard to beat her. All right. Well, let's move on to the TNR Challenge, which was the bigger race this weekend. This same weekend, it was held the 29th of January to February 1st in Ingalls Event Center in Norco, California. Not NorCal, Norco. I think this is his 2nd or 3rd race there. Now, there was a whole bunch of kerfuffle about people not enjoying the race and, you know, it was too long and all that type of stuff. We're not going to go into all of that because I think I already talked about that. I think he's done some podcasts about talking about that. So if you want to know more, I wasn't there, but I heard lots of complaints about this race and the way it was run. And hopefully he can get it all fixed because I think this is a great facility. From all that I've heard, the facility's great. The areas, I guess, good. The dirt's good. And everything's good about it. It just needs a little bit more fine tuning is the word I would use. But this got all, and it's under a roof. So you're getting a guaranteed race, right? And it's huge, like this huge track. And had all the top guys there. I was actually very surprised to see Burak there. Like I'm surprised to see Burak there and not at the race this past weekend.
Yeah.
So here's the track. It was huge.
Yeah, well, yeah, so that's kind of one of the things I wanted to touch on. That like last year Fendo went here and won it in Nitro Buggy, but having Burak here and it being on a roof, I think a lot of Europeans, it looks like a very good alternative for a lot of Europeans, for like a lot of the American races. So I feel like there's going to be more people here as long as they fix the issues. But like now. We'll talk about the track. I'll add on that after the fact a bit. But I was pleasantly not surprised, but very pleased to see this track because this is like probably the most technical and cool track, and it held up really good together as well that they've had at this race. So like watching it, people go around the track, it was cool. I think kind of reminds me of like, you know, the old style West Coast tracks we used to have like in at the Fear Farm, you know, the big jumps, the hip jumps, the wall jumps, and then you have like high speed sections, low speed sections, and you have this low mid earth. Yeah, I think this is how it should be. So I think Anthony Westergaard did this. I'd imagine he pretty much does all the layouts these days.
I don't know if he did. I don't think he did. I could be wrong. Somebody will let me know. I wanted to bring up a point too. This track also crosses off a lot of things on people's lists of being a one-off track, right? So this isn't a track throughout the year, so you can't go out there and test the surface and all that stuff. So I'm going to use a little bit of reverse psychology on her, you know? It gets a new track layout and it has nobody can go there and race on this dirt and practice on it for 2 weeks prior to it. Kind of like we saw, you know, at the race this past weekend. So, and it's under a roof. So it's guaranteed. So I'm agreeing with you that I think that this can potentially be probably the bigger race on the West Coast because of the roof factor.
Yeah, so let me get into it now because I wrote down some notes about this because I was going to talk about it after, but I think we can talk about it now. That yes, there are big issues with this race. The not capping entries, 2 qualifiers, that is unacceptable. Like 2 qualifiers at a race with like the entry isn't cheap, you know. At a big event, you need 3 qualifiers, especially when you're under a roof. You know, if it rains out, fine. Um, I think that this with fixing all of these issues, getting actually locking in the entries, making sure the program runs well, making sure people get what they pay for, and then you have the roof, you have this type of track layout, you have a good date now. I think this is the sort of around the optimal date, and then you ship out the Europeans there. It's gonna be perfect. You know, I think this could be sort of like AMS is on the East Coast at the end of the year, where a lot of Europeans go. This could be like the big race in the West Coast where big Europeans go, and I think we should like highly encourage it becoming that. But they need to fix, like they cannot do this, not capping it and then reducing qualifying mid race, all of that stuff. That needs to stop.
So I don't know if it had a cap. I thought it was supposed to have a cap, but it has always gone over the cap over the years.
Yeah,
and
they've had a cap before and went over.
They were supposed to have 4 qualifiers, but then they did an 8-minute qualifying session, and that's what took. And just look, man, I don't care what anybody says. I know. Listen, you are used to the European style of ways, but every second counts as a RD, right? And turnaround time to do things was slow, and all that takes time. You think about it. You get people up, you get people down and out turn marshal. I know it's simple. I know it's fucking simple, but it's very hard at the same time to get people to do that. So they were supposed to have 4 qualifiers, but they kind of affect. Look, it was physically impossible to get it done. And that's why they broke it down to just 2 qualifiers. I think they went to a 5-minute qualifier after that. They should have just did 5-minute qualifiers. Each round on a good day, on a good race like this, you should be getting 8 races in per hour. I know this because I watched it. 8 to 9 races in per hour, right? That's what I mean. Heats is heats. 5-minute qualifier, time to warm up, all that type of stuff. You need to have an experienced RD doing this type of stuff at this type of, what's the word I'm looking for? To manage the logistics of this, the time.
Well, let me tell you about something that the Americans race organizers apparently haven't heard of. In Europe, we have what's called a schedule. So before the race, we have a time of how long it takes for the cars to run, 5 minutes. How long does it take the cars to warm up? 3 minutes usually. In America, they do 1 lap. So let's put it at 1 minute.
You can't have 3 minutes when you got 800 entries.
Yeah. So in America, you do 1 minute of warm up or 1 lap of warm up. So it takes 1 minute. And then you have 5-minute qualifier. And then usually 4-minute interval between each heat. So people can go at the marshal. If you want it to be tight, you can do it in 3. Okay. And then you list out all the heats.
Yeah, but you have 150 people there. You have 150 entries at these races, Max.
Doesn't matter.
Yours has 150 entries. Yes, of course you can. That's 150 entries compared to, I don't know, this had 700 and something.
No, like ETS has 400 and something entries, and they still have schedule. More entries, there's no excuse.
Let's put it this way. 100%, you guys are way more organized in Europe, right? All the stuff you're saying is great stuff. That all happens, you know what? That all happens. What happens in American races is people don't sign up. This is what happens in an American race. You can't set a schedule if you don't set the entry cap. You can't set a schedule if you don't get everybody signed up. So what happens is, this is how these races work. This is why PMB is popular. This is why a lot of these races with open practice is popular, all this type of stuff. People will change their mind about coming to a race on a Friday morning. Like, I'll give you PMB, for example. Let's say
people do it in Europe too.
No, not like this. like 1 or 2 people. So let's say PNB starts Friday, right? Somebody sees the track Thursday. Oh, fuck, the track's awesome, right? I'm using PNB because it's a 3-day race and it's got like all 24-hour practice, right? So you can literally still work a full day Friday for half a day Friday, have your stuff packed, and then hop in your car with your buddies, drive the 4 hours to PNB, set your shit up, and still have 7 hours of practice and go from that time. And you can be out of there at, depending on what time your main is, you can be out of there early on a Sunday to be back to work on Monday morning. And that's just how those races work. Now, how you're saying it is definitely much more convenient, but that's Europe. You have 100 and listen, at a Euros, you have 150 entries.
The entry card doesn't matter at all.
Oh, I'll give you a race that shouldn't stick to the schedule. It's Buggyland, because he's trying to do an American style race with all the entries, sportsman, intermediate, all that type of stuff. He's trying to do, there's no way in how Buggyland should be getting done at 11 o'clock at night. No way. It's not enough entries. But when you do it like that, you take up too much time, and then you're there all freaking day.
But schedule, okay, I don't understand your argument. How does the schedule take more time?
Run an American race. You can't run an American race like you run a European race.
No, okay. What is a European race?
Are we going to get in a 2-hour argument about this?
No. My point is, you can run 1 lap of warm-up, 5 minutes of qualifying. It doesn't matter if you have 10 entries or if you have 1,000 entries. You can do a schedule. Because when the first qualifier starts on Saturday, can you sign up after that? Can you go sign up after first qualifier?
I don't know about that. I think
so. Everybody who is wanting to race the event is signed up by the start of the first qualifier.
Oh, guess what? You'll be happy to know. You'll be happy to know this, that the Elite RC Productions team actually puts a fucking schedule up.
Well, exactly.
And you can see
that's what I'm saying.
You can see it, but it's approximate. It's a schedule to say approximate times of when things will be. And they put it up there. And you know what? Here's something else that's cool that's happened. The Techno has released an app that helps you manage all this stuff. A couple of people sent that to me. I forgot to talk about that. So it's Techno's release app. It's I don't think it's just for Techno people, but Techno actually have it. And what I'm trying to say is they have their own schedule in there.
Okay, but my point is this. This is not rocket science. This is like, how much warm-up you get. You know how long the race is. And you know how much approximately it takes for people to get to the marshalling spot. So you just by knowing math and having Excel, you can calculate the amount of time it takes. And the thing is, you can do it on Saturday morning. You can release the schedule at PNB. People can show up on Friday night. You can do it Saturday morning, release the schedule, and get it done. This is not rocket science.
There will be a schedule for PNB. So you know what? You're right.
Exactly. So it's not impossible. Yeah, but it's not impossible.
I just had to bring this up. Smoker missed his race because of the Techno app. I'm not surprised. Smoker misses most of things on a normal day.
And the thing is, like, there is no reason not to have a schedule. And the only reason why this shit happens,
I'm wrong.
We get canceling and this. And listen to this. More than 500 entries, you can have a schedule. Exactly. Scotty does this thing at EOS, at ETS, when there's a lot of entries, because he's a good RD. America has always had like some RDs that do a good job without a schedule. And then when there is an RD who doesn't do a good job without a schedule, things like this happen, that you get from 4 to 2. How can you be surprised? You know that if you have 800 entries, you have 24 hours in the day. It's math, simple math. And then if you have 900, you know how many heats that's going to take. So on Saturday morning, the latest, you will be 100% certain that you cannot do 4 qualifiers. So why does it take midway through Saturday to figure that shit out? Because you fuckers don't know math. You know, What the fuck? I'm so pissed about this. It's such a simple thing. Like a fucking 3-year-old could do this, you know? But apparently
Oh, I can't 'cause I don't know how to use
some
Excel.
yeah, exactly. But that's why you shouldn't be an RD, you know?
I do not want to be an RD. Trust me.
Yeah, exactly.
But you know what? I digress. You're right. You're right, because I forgot all about the schedule that Danny Paz puts up once he has all the numbers. You can see it. It rolls on there, and it's fucking tells you when your time's going to be up and all that type of stuff.
But Danny Paz is not an American.
Well, he is now.
He's now, yeah. Immigrant.
All right.
They know math.
Do we have to? Can we?
That was a joke, guys. I don't hate America. I don't hate you guys. But I just had to get that in.
Please don't contact our sponsors and try to get them kicked off the show like somebody did. All right, can we get to the race now? Shit.
Yeah. Let's get to the race. I got heated up because you was trying to argue a stupid point. Okay.
I did. You know what? I will 100%. I agreed. I argued a stupid point.
Yeah. Okay.
I was wrong. All right, let's get to the race. So we had E-Buggy was Feelong win, Van Dalen and Killick. Fee takes another E-Buggy win. Van Dalen was the top techno. Killick put in himself top Mugen. Cavallari sneaks in a 4th, and Mayfield Don in 7th.
I live in France, guys. I live in France. It has stuck on me. The French are the smuggest people on the fucking earth. So it's crazy. I speak to a lot of French who who learn a little bit of English.
Now you've pissed off Lance.
I've pissed off. Well, you have a schedule. Lance has a schedule. See?
Yeah, but it's on the stream.
It doesn't matter where it is, but clearly Lance does things right because you guys have a schedule. But I've spoken to a few French people who are actually trying to learn proper English, and they have this thing that they absolutely try to make a British accent, because for them American accents, they think Americans are dumb. They say Americans are dumb and they don't want to sound like an American. My accent is much more closer to the American accent.
I will reiterate that the French said that, not him, because
it was not me. No.
You said that.
You know what? It's not one person, multiple people. Yeah,
I can see that this is going wrong quickly.
Yeah.
So let's move on to Nitro Buggy. We had Van Dalen taking the win here, which kind of kicks off this. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was Van Dalen, Killick, and Feelong. But man, big win for Seth Van Dalen, because we have to call this a big win, because pretty much all the top Americans there except Fend and the few guys that were at SIC. Are we not agreeing?
Yeah. So, I thought you was going to continue, but if we look at the results, because I have all of them up, I'm going to talk a little bit about E-Buggy because I got interrupted by that comment. But so if you look at, we have Rivkin, we have Mayfield, we have Lutz, we have all the top guys here, and then we have Burak from Europe, and Van Dalen, top techno driver, in front of all of his teammates in a second, in front of Killich, which I think it's great for him. And yes, Fee has been a machine when it comes to E-Buggy this year, winning that race in Vegas, and then winning this as well in E-Buggy. I think Seth finishing second here, a great result. And Killich finishing third, I think it's a good result for him, because it's not often that you get to drive on a track like this in Europe. But I want to shout out Cavallari sneaking in a 4th. Not surprised. No, you used to be the biggest Cavallari. You used to hang on these nuts all the time.
Dude, you guys always doubt Cavallari. I don't.
No, but he hasn't had a result like this in a while. And
he's been doing pretty good.
Yeah. So good luck. Cavallari beat Rivkin, he beat Mayfield, he beat Lutz. All of these guys behind him. And Mayfield down in 7th in e-buggy. I think, that's a uh, bit of a thing for him. But we're going to talk about in Nitro as well. With Cavalier in 4th, and now we can move into Nitro because I think that was more interesting. Nitro here at the TNR.
Yeah, so, because it was the finish was like 0.3 of a second between Borak and Seth. That's close.
Yeah. So I think Borak really has improved a lot on the American soil, because I think the first time he went to Silver State, he was in the B main fighting with like Tessman and stuff. But now, like, I think he made the main in most of these classes at Silver State. Here, finishing second in Nitro Buggy, really close to Seth, who's on amazing form. And then, in front of like Fee getting a third here. Fee is still looking out for the Nitro win. I think he should have a Nitro win, but he needs to get everything together. I think it's just about that. Like,
he needs to find some mileage too.
Yeah, but I think it's more like, if you look at his like speed, he was clearly the fastest guy in the Nitro main. He won e-buggy. So like, he's like if you look at his top 5, top 10, top 15 averages, or even consecutive lap, in all metrics you could put together except the final time, he was the fastest guy. But he finished third, and that shouldn't happen. Like, I think maybe it's racecraft, maybe it's like engine tune, trusting his package because he had that flame out at Silver State, stuff like that. But he should be. I think Fee was the fastest guy out here, but Seth was faster than Killage, but also drove a good race. And I think Killage really put him under pressure in the end. If you look at the ending, it's 3/10 between the two over the finish line. And so it was a good fight for them. Then the guy in 4th, I'm gonna phrase this as Mayfield down by 20 seconds to his teammate at a place where he should be like winning. I think this is the race where Mayfield should win and Borak should be second, not like the Vandela should win. If we go back to like a year ago, Fend won this race by 20 seconds last year, and now and Mayfield was second. But now I feel like, this was like, when I looked at the results, I was like, okay, is the number 1 position changing? And after this last weekend, I'm like quite certain that it is. What's your thoughts on Mayfield?
You kind of think Mayfield's going to win these races, right? I mean, he has. I don't know if he's won this race in particular, but you kind of expect him to win these type of races. But man, that's a big fucking track, man. That's a big track. Look, you see what I'm wearing right now.
You think you can't see in the backstreet?
I'm wearing glasses. Like, as you get older, you need to wear these and all that type of stuff. So these young guys, man, these young guys, they got young eyes and they got young reflexes, man. And I don't care what anybody says. As you get older, that stuff deteriorates, right? And you have to work extra hard to keep it up. So I'm just saying it, and he's not going to win every race. I think that obviously after this past weekend, we can see that stranglehold that pretty much, I mean, we've seen this for a couple of now. We've seen Mason Fuller get in there. We've seen Brandon Rose break this up, but now we're seeing Seth and Dalen come in there and breaking this up. And I think, I don't think that these young guys are scared of Mayfield anymore or timid around him. And I think we saw that at Silver State with Fee in the e-buggy race. Mm-hmm. And I think that these young guys, they're going to reach up and take it. And these older gentlemen, and I have to throw Fenn in there, even though he's only like 28, 29, but he's been around for a long time. These guys ain't playing. They want it. And who wants it harder? Who wants it more? They're going to reach up and grab it, right? And Fee has to do that. Borak wants to do it. Van Danen is doing it now. I mean, so we shall see. Does it do, I think, that Mayfield can't beat these guys again? Yeah, of course. But I just think that winning these races is going to be harder and harder for him as time goes on, because it's just these young racers are getting fast, dude, and they're not scared anymore. Once they get over that timid factor of being timid of him, I think we saw this with even in Europe, with guys like Juan Carlos Canes and Ongaro, for example. They're kind of in that 21, 24 year age group, I would say, maybe a little younger than you. And then you have guys like the Runnerfolks and the Boots and all those guys who are, in their 30s now. And I just think that's just the progression. And guess what? The thing is, in Europe, there's younger guys as well that are coming up behind them that are going to be pressuring these guys. The Parente brothers, David Todd. These are drivers, look, I'm sure there's some other young racers in Italy and stuff like that and whatnot that are coming up fast. So this is just the natural progression of talent. And in RC, when it doesn't really, there's no age difference, a 30-year-old could be racing against a 45-year-old. So what you're seeing is these young kids, young racers who are, and they also are growing. You gotta understand, they're growing up and racing in a different time, right? What we're seeing these young racers do, like with these cars, is amazing, right? And it's just going to be harder for these guys. Maybe, and Mayfield's closer to 40 now, 2 children, near the twilight of his career. So I don't think you're going to see him just out there, like, everybody probably would have picked Mayfield going into this race, right? Yeah. What we saw, or in this race this past weekend, everybody probably would have picked that as well. But hey, man, things happen. And when you have somebody hard charging like that, it's hard to keep them off.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, go ahead. Finish your.
Oh no, that's it. I'm fine.
Yeah. I think we are at a pivotal point now, because I remember when we started doing a lot of podcasts together. I think it was 2022, so just after COVID. We were saying, when was Mason going to get his win? And we thought that Mason is going to be the guy who's going to be the first to challenge Mayfield. Because from like 2021 all the way up to 2024, Mayfield and Fend were the only guys winning big races. Only guys in Nitro Buggy winning big races. And I'm specifically talking about Nitro Buggy, because that's the most difficult class to win. Yeah, these guys have won Chuggy, these guys have won E-Buggy, but Nitro Buggy is the most difficult class to win. And you had Fend and Mayfield dominate everything until that race at SIC, where Rose won. And after 2 years now, no disrespect to Bros, I think he's still one of the most talented guys in RC. I'd say he's part of the top group. But I think that race was a fluke. I think like the performance he had that day, the speed he had that day, all the stars aligned and things went good for him, because he has not been able to replicate that since then. And he is a driver who always is on the limit. Like he's driving very much close to the limit. Whereas like guys like Mayfield, he knows where the limit is, as he never goes above it, So for Rose to have that result, he needs to be with the stars aligning. So I don't think we can. Rose has gotten a win in Nitro Buggy, but I'm not giving him like the same treatment as I'm giving Fuller, who got his first Nitro Buggy win last year at Silver State. If you think the post-COVID era of Nitro Buggy racing in America, you have 4 winners, now 5. Mayfield, Fend, Rose, which I just discussed, and Fuller. And well, Tesman is not racing, so we'll skip Tesman for now. But he would have been in this group, I think, still, if he would still be racing. And now we have Van Dalen. And I think Fee, with his consistent podium results, I think he's in this group of 5 people. And I think he's ahead of Rose for a lot of things, because he won E-Buggy. I think Fee's weakness is his race program, not necessarily his skill, not necessarily his equipment, but the way he prepares for these Nitro mains. I think we are seeing the dominant of you crash, you finish second. Like for Mayfield and Fend, if you crash, you finish second. If you don't crash, you win. That was the past 4 years for them. But now, if they don't have a perfect day, you have Fuller, who's going to take up the torch. He's done it twice now. Or then 3 times. What was the third one? 2 Silver States, and what is the third one?
He won a race time event. Might have been Wicked or AMS. I can't remember. Not sure.
Okay. Well, either way, Fuller is the only one who has won more than once. Maybe you could count that with Van Dalen winning last weekend and TNR. Maybe he could be given this thing as well, but it's a very short amount of time. So I feel like he still has to prove himself on East Coast, or then on like a year after this. But I feel like we have this new emergence of 3 people. Fee, he has proven himself, in my opinion. Then we have Fuller, which has definitely proven himself. Fee still needs that win, but still, I think he's proven himself. And now we have Van Dalen kind of coming out of the blue. He had that great run in Nitro Truggy. He's had great results in e-buggy, but Nitro Buggy is the hardest class to win. And now he's proven twice that he can beat these top guys. And then we have like the Fen Mayfield axis. Like Fen's struggling. Like Fen, yes, he was 4th, but he was struggling at this race to be at the top, which is usually like what he's done at this race. Like even that year Boots won, Fen was one of the fastest guys out there. This year, I don't think he ever was in the fight to win it. And Mayfield, yes, if he didn't run out of fuel, he probably would have won last weekend, or had a chance to win. But still, like, he ran out of fuel. When do you see that from Mayfield? Very rarely, because he's got it locked down. When he was battling with Fendt, he was very rare that he'd run out of fuel. But now he's battling 3-4 guys for the win. Yeah, it's going to be much more difficult to keep focus. And I think we are in a pivotal moment now, because we have these 3 people emerging in the last 6 months to be able to consistently challenge and beat Mayfield and Fendt. And I think we're living now the point we were been forecasting for 4 years.
And guess what? We have to add another name to this list. Legitimately, is Camden Lime.
I think
yes.
I don't think he's ready yet, because he's so inconsistent. Because if we go look at TNR, yes, Lime was 5th in Nitro Buggy. But then, for example, if you look at e-buggy, where do we have the final results?
Right, one.
Okay, I don't. Last weekend he won. But if you look at e-buggy at TNR, he like, I was the bottom of the A main, And even if you look at qualifying for e-buggy at TNR, where do we have it? Okay, he qualified 4th. Okay, maybe you're right. But I think Camden is now where Fuller was 2-3 years ago.
Yeah.
You remember when Fuller won that race with the TLR e-buggy? You remember he won, I think it was AMS or Southern Championship?
No, it was Southern Nationals.
I feel like Southern Nationals, yeah. I feel like the race past weekend for Lime was what that race was for Fuller.
Okay.
And I think maybe Lime has a quicker progression than Fuller, but he has in his career, Camden has been really, really inconsistent, like even more inconsistent than Fuller. So let's put it this way. I think if he progresses like Mason did, he will be in 2 years where Mason is now. If he's not able to progress and have the motivation and practice and all of that in the next 2 years, I don't think he will be ever at that level. At least not in the next 2 years. Maybe in 5 years, who knows? But like in the next 2 years, I think this is the time to make it or break it. Because it's about consistency. Like Van Dalen is getting seconds every race, 2nd, 3rd last year. Now he's getting those wins. Fuller, same thing, 2nd, 3rd. Fee, 2nd, 3rd. He's gonna get that win soon. So yeah, I think
it's a little further advanced than where Mason was at that win when he got it, that e-buggy win. But
speed-wise, yes,
I would agree with you. And also, Tony Schumacher brings up a good point, and I forgot about this because Jermaine Robinson beat Mayfield at NSX, which was at the Dart her about 2 weeks prior to this.
Okay. Yeah, so like a warm-up race.
Well, it was Westgard's race.
Yeah, but yeah.
But it was race, full race. Which is good, but to his credit also, which he should, he's been living at the dirt, said Wally. He's been putting a lot of laps there.
Yeah, but that's what you should do when you're like him, like Jermaine. You know, you should be doing that. You should be putting the effort in.
Of course. Hey, it's there to be used. You got to use it, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So can we finish up on TNR because we kind of based on there.
But I think it was a good tangent. I think it was a good tangent. But I have a few notes here. I'll go through
with your first tangent.
I'll go a few things. So Mayfield in Nitro Buggy, Van Dalen wins, Kilic second, Fee third. Those three were so Kilic and Van Dalen were close to each other. Fee was like I think 8 seconds back, so like a crash back basically. Mayfield 20 seconds back from the lead in fourth. Lime finishing fifth. So I think you're right. I think he has showed really promising stuff this year. I was a bit maybe too harsh on him in initially. But a name I want to pull up, Davy Bata in seventh. This is in front of Lutz. I think he was even in front of Rivkin if I look at if I can get the final results here. Pro Buggy. So if you look at Bata in seventh, Lutz 8th, Wiggins 9th, Cavallari. Oh, Rivkin ended up not finishing. Yeah. So Bata beat like Jermaine should be good here. Cavallari races on the West all the time. Walker Spinrad, all these guys. So I think like even though David Bata, we don't know him for 8 scale, but finishing 7th at this race, that's a really promising result for him. What do you like? Quickly? Like I think he's gonna be able to transition into 8 scale. He's not gonna be like a Dustin Evans who never is able to make that. I think Bata sooner or later will be able to transition to be both like a Fend. You know, I actually think that.
Possible, but I think 10 scale would be the focus, and he's right here, so maybe he can answer us. Bata being he doesn't like that, so we can't call him that. Bata.
Okay, because he's in the chat. I'm gonna ask him straight up. How many 8 scale races are you gonna do this year? Like big ones? Are you gonna go any race on the East Coast or just West Coast? I want him to answer because I think that's gonna be the make or break of his 8 scale. That how much effort will he put in? Because 10 scale is kind of like if you have the skill and you have the car, you're done. 8 scale is you have to have the effort. And Carson Wernimont was one of the guys who said this, that when he started working full time in full scale, he quit 8 scale because he said it's too much time. Okay, so Bata just answered just Nats and Worlds. But I think for him, the Worlds being at Thornhill, which I think he went there last year for the Nats and did decently, if I remember correctly. I think he bumped from the quarter to the semi.
Who was that?
Bata.
I can't remember. I
think he bumped from the quarter to the semi. Yeah. But I actually think that 7th at a race like this for a 10 scale guy, that's promising. Like, because Thornhill is a track where I would be like not surprised to see, like Lemieux did well and Davey did decent. Like I'm not surprised that they do that at Thornhill, but to do it at TNR, I think that's a bit like much more difficult to do. Let's put it that way. And I'm pretty sure Davey didn't have a too bad race last weekend either. So yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So are we done on TNR?
We already talked about the capping and stuff. So I think we can just stop on TNR because we went for a long time on this one. But I think we covered some important topics, and I hope these guys listen because I think this race has a lot of potential. So like doing things right, you could make it into the next big indoor West Coast race.
Yeah, I think he just needs to get the right people in there to do the right.
I hope they. Yeah.
That's all right. Quick commercial break, and we're going to get.
Do we have a little break? Yeah.
Yes. Quick commercial break.
Techno RC. Techno RC is a championship-winning manufacturer of high-performance 8-scale, 10-scale, nitro, and electric RC buggies and trucks. With a worldwide dealer network, USA and Europe-based headquarters, comprehensive warranty program, and global race support, Techno RC is excellence in RC. View the full lineup of Techno RC race-proven vehicles by visiting www.technorc.com.
BeachRC.com, the racer's one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brands and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. BeachRC.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. BeachRC.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, S-Works, Pro Circuit Racing tires, Nitro Lux fuels, and Assault RC performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at BeachRC.com today.
Are you looking to take your ride-on car to the next level? ML Toys makes it easy with plug-and-play modifications like motors, speed and brake controls, and more. ML Toys is the one-stop shop to make your ride-on car the coolest car in the neighborhood.
All right. Thank you to all the sponsors for making it possible. We have links for them in the written description of the podcast. All right. Another race that I know a lot of people maybe watching this don't watch it, but it is a big race. Unfortunately, it has zero coverage. I saw somebody said that the TNR race looks awesome. They just they had video coverage, actually. They just need a little better video coverage, I would say. But this race does not have video coverage. In fact, I think they offered people wine and cheese if they covered it. So that's not going to pay nobody. Never mind. I'm probably setting myself up for another France rant. But the Montpellier GP, which is, for me, a very exciting race and kind of kicks off the European scene. It is one of those races where most Europeans go. This, Buggy Land, we got Neoland coming up for Easter as well. But the Montpellier GP, it's been going on for, this is a very long race. It's been going on for a very long time. And usually it rains and it's very cool. But the track crew does a very good job. And if it does rain, if it stops, they can drive this track very fast. So I'll let
sometimes it snows too.
Yeah, sometimes it snows too. But it was I'll be honest with you, I didn't watch any of this race because it didn't have good coverage. And if it doesn't have good coverage, like, it's very hard to watch it. But I think Costas was there and he was doing his, Costas from RC Special. But maybe you can just go through it, because I honestly did not really pay attention. I just know that Ongaro was leading most of it, and he broke with like 4 minutes to go.
Yeah. So let me bring up the track for a little bit, just because I think it's good to get a visual image of what we're working with there. So
this is a very hard track too.
Stage.
You know what I give them too? They have changed the track.
Yeah. So
every year.
Yes, except this year they didn't. This year it's the same. So they used to have the same layout for the longest time, absolutely the longest time. Then in 2022, I think they changed it a little bit. They built the bridge on the right here, and this connection. Then I think 2024 they held the e-buggy Euros. So they did a whole revamp of the left-hand side of the track. So you have these new corners and this back straight basically here with the chicane at the end. And they have held that layout for 2 years now. So last year it was the same layout as it is now. Maybe some minor differences, but at least from this picture I cannot really say. They do oil the track, as far as I know, so it's usually pretty slick when it rains. And if it rains a lot, they don't oil it that heavily that it will usually get a bit more muddy, because sometimes when you have an oil tracks and it rains, the water is not able to penetrate the oil, so it just stays still. But here they don't use that much oil usually, so it actually gets a bit muddy if it rains. But basically, the new features from the old layout are that usually you had the back straight and you would have a banked 180 and do this double. But this year you have the last 2 years, you had the back straight and then a dip and a chicane at the back. And this is a place actually where Ongaro broke his car. Then you have like a rhythm section with a double and a slippery corner, and then you go back into the front straight. I'd say one of the most technical tracks that these guys race, because all the Mugello tracks, they're really flowing. You can do the jumps. The jumps are usually pretty easy to do. The difficult part is making it around the track fast. Well, here it's actually that you have to jump really precisely. For example, this jump in the middle here of the picture, the apex is like is same as the landing. So you have to jump very far inside and quickly rotate the car and go up that, and then a lot of off cambers. Here's an off camber, another off camber, and then like little dips and hip jumps all across the corners. So it's a really technical track, and you need to be able to know where to push, know where to be precise, and balance all that. So for sure, like it benefits like really technical and like skilled drivers.
I'd also add that when I think of European tracks, I know a lot of people think Redovon and those type of tracks, but when I think European track, this is what I think. It's got multiple surfaces, it's got that slippery concrete corner, which is like ice anyway once it gets dust on it, and it has the pavers. It just doesn't have like AstroTurf somewhere, which I'm shocked. And actually, Groovy says this year the left side changed before it was from the upper corner straight. So I figured they did change something because it looked different.
But it was like this at the e-buggy Euros. So maybe they changed it from e-buggy Euros to last year.
They've changed directions, like they just move stuff. It's still kind of the same, but they've moved stuff. Anyway,
but either way,
the final.
Yeah, so I'll go quickly through qualifying first. So we had Ongaro TQing every first two rounds. Fourth round was cancelled due to rain, but Ongaro was on his own level. Berkan Kilic TQ'd around Q3. Polito in fourth, Canas in third, Polito in fourth, and Boots with the GRPs having a stinker on qualifying 14th. And then we move into the main. Ongaro takes a lead, no fight whatsoever. Wins his semi easily, beats the time of Canas in the other semi, or the time of Berkan in the other semi. No difficulty whatsoever. Main, same thing, runs away with it. 20-second lead. 3 minutes to go, I think 250 or something. He clips the curb on the back straight, gets shot into the outside, and then shot back into the inside, hitting a pole. I'm breaking, from what I heard, a shock shaft. So his shock was like stuck up, and he lost like 3-4 seconds a lap. Canas first caught him, and in the last lap, Polito got by him as well. So Ongaro ended up dropping third, with Canas taking a back-to-back wing here at Montpellier. He won it last year as well. And then, Polito in second. I think a really good showing for him. And Ongaro in third. Then looking at the rest of the guys, we have Figueredo in fourth, Adrian Pariente with the Sparco in fifth. Great recovery by Boots in sixth. And Berton, who won this race 2 years ago with an Infinity, seventh this year. A bit disappointed. I think he should be doing a bit better, considering this has always been his like best race, or at least in the recent years. And Burak had to go through the LCQ, retired in the semi, went through the LCQ, and then retired again in the main. So it's a really tough one for Burak. Berkan, I think what happened with Berkan was he broke in the semi. And then in the LCQ he couldn't make it through, because two make it through the LCQ. Oh no, they have two LCQs and one makes it through each one. And I think let me check. I think it was Burak and I can't remember who was the other one. Let me check. Theo Lemaire was the other one, and Berkan actually finished fourth in the LCQ, so he wasn't even close to making it in. So from second to qualifying to not even making the main. Sometimes it's like that. Okay, that was kind of a speed run through the results, but I want to look at something that we posted about that we haven't talked about on the show show, Ongaro's shock setup. What do you think? What do you think about this, Keenan? Because I know you're not that much of a geeker and stuff like this. So what do you think
Well,
about like
we talked
Ongaro
about this
going
with
the
Pecco. We
JQ
talked
route?
about this. All right, so Pecco and I talked about this. He's like, you're wrong. So I'm not going to say nothing. I said it looks similar to the first AE car, but apparently I was completely wrong about that. So I have no comment right now.
Okay, well, actually, that is a good.
Where's the pictures?
How would you say? Yeah, let me get them up. But that's actually a good discussion topic of why is this actually, because I don't think Pekka could like tell the technical differences between the two. So okay, we saw this picture, blurred shock towers, and we was like, what the hell is going on here? And thanks to Kostas from RC Special, we have really good pictures of what's going on here. So there's actually a bit of a difference here to both the Mayako and the first associated. So the first associated, what they did was they had the long shocks like they have on the standard car, and they raised the shock, but they kept it vertically at the same point as the old shock was. And they brought in the shocks very far into the tower. So the shocks were almost like here, like it was like almost inside the rear wing mount. And in the arm, it was like above the original hulls. But if you look here, and this is also something that even the Invisible Speed or JQ's version hasn't fully done to this extent, they basically dragged everything just a far more out. So if you look at this, that's a good, like, I'd say 10 millimeters, 15 millimeters further out than the stock setup. And then they have the shock wide on the tower, but leaned in. So when you lean in the shocks, what happens, or raise the shocks from the arm, what happens is, because it's angled, the shocks move in. So what Associated has done here is moved them back out by moving the shock attachment point on the arm further outwards. So effectively what you get here is a bigger motion ratio. So the shock moves more because it's further out on the arm. But then you have the high progression, not as high as the Invisible Speed because it's very far in, but you have a high progression from the angle of the shock. So you basically balance out these two changes in some way. You get a high motion ratio, but high progression. So you can have the similar pista setup. But then again, you also have a lot of support sideways. So the car, because the shocks are so angled in, the shocks support the mass of the center of the car more sideways. So the car is really like doesn't want to lean over, and it stays really, really flat. So for example, if you jump a jump, land sideways, the shocks compress, and the car tries to lean over. The shock is not going to just press the car down; it's going to press the chassis in like this, and that will act kind of like an anti-roll bar, not actually, but you could think of it as having more like anti-roll. And I think this is a thing that they will not run on anything bumpy, because imagine if you go to a bumpy track and half of the like the shock forces are holding the car like flat instead of letting the car move around and go around the bumps. But when it's a high-speed track, flat track, like the European tracks are, you're going to have that force keeping the car really flat, not moving a lot like this, and having like the damping work with you. Because anti-roll bar is only a spring, but the shocks like this works a bit like damping. So it's damping also the sideways movements instead of just acting like a spring. And this is why I think when you look at Pecco's car, the Mayako, it goes like really flat around the track. It looks like it's not moving at all, even though the shocks are still doing their job. The difference between this and the Invisible Speed setup is JQ has wanted to make the front and the rear very close to the same. So they have actually used the front shocks in the rear on the Mayako, So they have not moved the shocks outer on the arm. But Associated has wanted to use the standard rear shock. So they've had to move it out, and also they gain a bit more leverage by the shocks being wider on the car. But in the front, if you look at the Mayako, they have done exactly this. They have moved it further out because they use the same shock. And basically what Associated has done, they looked at the front end of the Mayako and did that change to both ends of the Associated. I think they're less drastic than JQ Speed with this. And if you look at the front here, the shocks are quite close to each other. So in the rear, you could see the shocks were wider apart. But in the front, they're really close to each other because there's a limit how much you can pull it in by the tire coming in here. So this front end is actually quite close to the Mayako. Mayako is, I think, a bit more leaned in, a bit more raised on the arm. But this is like more close to that. But the rear is like a completely different philosophy of doing the laydown. And Agama is like they took the first Agama was everything to the extreme, laid all the way in. And then they had issues because they didn't really understand all the functions of it. And now they've gone more towards what the Mayako is. They are still more aggressive than the Mayako, but not as aggressive. A Mayako is not as aggressive as this. So it's kind of like the Agama is most aggressive, Mayako is like middle ground, and this is like the least aggressive change. So like it's easiest transition. And I'm going to actually answer, there was one good question. What is desirable high progression? Actually, there isn't anything desirable about it. But to me, for example, to JQ, the desired effect of high progression is that you can make the shock move a lot in the where you're at the right height or like low speed. But then when you move in, it's going to get stiffer. So we'll have less movement in the car naturally. And you also need the high progression to be able to increase the motion ratio. So if you don't have the high progression, the piston speeds will go really high up. So when you lower the progression and then you increase the motion ratio, you will somewhat balance out the piston speeds. So for a flat track, you will have a car that by the geometry in itself doesn't want to roll, and it will try to, due to the progression, it will get stiffer once it goes down. This is not good for bumpy tracks, obviously. And I think, yes, Pecco did well last weekend, but I think there are some inherent issues with laid down design in bumps, which I think JQ will probably discuss in the future. I'm not going to go into all of that now. But for like, even if you think like when you lean the shocks in on your car, you usually do that when there's no bumps. And when there's bumps, you lean them up, when there's high speed bumps, you actually lean them into because you want the high progression, but that's a whole other topic. So that's a speed run of what Ongaro and those guys have done here. So they looked at what JQ did with the Mayako, and they said, let's do that, but a bit less extreme. And I think it's working for them. They're having the desired effects, and they saw that Pecco was fast, on the smooth track. So I think they can see the benefits of this.
I have a question. So are these just parts unique to Ongaro, or are we seeing all the associated guys? Because you said it doesn't work on the American style bumpy tracks, right? Or bumpy tracks, period.
So let's okay. So this is kind of like, you can make it work on bumpy tracks when the speed is high and when you can rely on corner speed and when you can float over the bumps. But this is not the optimal setup for like, let's say you go to Revelation. Unless it's like crazy bumpy, this will probably not work. The reason why it works in crazy bumpy is because even no matter how good of your suspension have, your car is going to bounce around. And this is going to actually balance it out a bit because of the lateral forces. So I don't think we will see other associated guys running this, because I'm pretty sure there were no other associated guys running this at Montpellier. At least I didn't see pictures. So I think this is a personal project to Ongaro. That's my guess of it. I would have a hard time believing that this came from the factory of AE. I think it came from Ongaro, but I could be wrong. I don't have the insights on this.
Okay. Interesting. That was a science mode. That's gonna be a good clip.
Yeah.
Good clip. Good clip. Remember the date. Remember the times. 2:03.
Yeah, I will try to.
All right. 2 hours and 3 seconds. So yeah, Roach. I just wanted to say, Roach, thank you. Something I find interesting is lots of people are trying their own method of lay-down shocks, Agama N2, and even SRX at one point. Roach RC, thank you for the super chat. And then of course you have to throw in the VRP car that has been built, because if you don't, that's gonna go crazy. So you forgot to mention that in your assessment.
Yeah, but the new Agama is basically the VRP. So VRP did the conversion to the Agama, and Agama has released a new prototype, which is very similar to the VRP.
Okay, got you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, do we move on from Montpellier? All I can say about Montpellier is I hope one day we get proper coverage of this.
I hope so too. I think what we need to do is have just companies, not the race organizer themselves, but the companies realize the value of these races. Like if you look at full scale, like the race organizer gets paid by other people doing coverage. In RC, the race organizers pay for the coverage. And the reason why that is because I think our sponsors or our industries, companies, they kind of need to, like, the coverage is what gets people buying their cars. Like, I don't think people, like, they look at like Red RC and see, oh, this guy won. I don't think that's why people want their cars. They want their cars because they look on stream how this guy chases the other guy and wins with the car and how good it looks over the bumps, blah, blah, blah. So I think the coverage is a big part of what actually gives back to these companies. And I think there are good companies that support live streaming, RC Racing TV and Elite. Like there are companies who support these companies. But some RC companies, I don't think, see the actual value in it, and they should see it, you know. And I think the clip that Matt, I think the clip that, but Matt made a clip about it, I think a week or two ago, and I think he was spot on. Like we need to see the value of this. Like I'm not even saying that sponsor us. I'm saying like make sure that the race has fucking coverage.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, I think that's just a big thing, and no more from me for Montpellier, and I guess we can quickly go through the race we had last weekend. You can take it away because I think you was following a bit more than I was able to.
Well, I didn't follow much this weekend. I took a very chilled weekend. I did not watch any laps live at all. I just kind of watched the replays of the pro finals this morning. And dude, so obviously we're talking about the DNC, which happened in Paris this past weekend. We saw Camden Lime, who that was probably one of the best races in the pro e-buggy. He actually had a good race between him and Canas to finish this. They both made mistakes near the end and they actually won it, but I thought it was a great win for Camden Lime. Like you said, maybe that Mason Fuller moment that he's needed as well. So, and I mean, he was just good all weekend, to be honest. He had good results in Truggy. Let me bring up Truggy results here as well. And then he had a good result in the Pro Nitro Buggy class as well. So let me see. Yeah, Lime. Maybe it was Truggy because they do have I'm mistaken. He did not make the final in Oh yeah, he did. He came 8th, but he started 14th, way back at the back. So I'm assuming he meant E-Truck because I watched his interview. I was very happy for him because I like Camden Lime, and here's what I like about Camden Lime. If we go back to when you came to your first this race when it was in Arizona back in 2018, it was you. He's younger than you by a few years. It was you, him, and Pavitas that were like the star. And I think Tanner Stees. It might be some other racers that maybe don't race no more, but they were very fast back then. When you won intermediate, the intermediate class or expert class, whatever they called it back then, I can't remember. But he is the one of all those guys, because your racing career is done, right? You got a girlfriend, and that's it. Ryan Pavidis is born, like he isn't racing no more. He does a little bit of racing. He chased the dream for a little while. Tyler Stees isn't around, so he's the only one out of that 2018, and that was a very stacked 2018 expert class that has stuck it out. And he has. I give Camden Line his flowers. He has put in a lot of work. He's racing a lot. You know, I think him and Fuller, they were out practicing at Adobe. They're practicing at the Nitro compound prior to this as well. And he's been knocking on the door of some good results. And it's mostly been in Truggy, right? Because it's always been very good in Truggy. So for him to get this, I think is exceptional for him. It was a great race. And I mean, and then just a good weekend for this is the weekend that if we look back, and it's going to take more than one win or more. He's going to still have to get that Nitro win and all that type of stuff. But man, what a great result for Cam. Like I really am happy for him. I know his dad was happy, you know, and I've gotten to know Camden, Brent Dansford, and all the guys put a lot behind him. So I was like, yeah, man, very well done for him. And it was a good race. I think it was the best race out of the pro race. I did not watch E-Truggy. I did watch a little bit of the Nitro Truggy race. Honestly, I took a break from RC this weekend altogether, so I was kind of out of it. Yeah, let's go through some of the results here that we have here, because I see that you have E-Buggy was Lime, Canas Fen, Frankie with a top 5, Cavallari racking it up in E-Buggy with a 6, which I think is good for him as well. And Fee did not have a good main, coming off, you know, a lot of expectations, I would say, from Silver State. There we go.
You would expect, like, going into 2 E-Buggy wins in a row. What was that? Lime, Schumacher. Okay,
Jermaine must have been really young.
Yeah, he was young then. I remember him. He was like
young.
So yeah, E-Buggy we had Mayfield in 4th. I think he's someone I wanted to discuss a little bit. I think 4th in E-Buggy is not a bad one, because I feel like E-Buggy is always a bit of a, like, you can't really use racecraft in E-Buggy that much because it's such carnage always in America with the single main. So you can't really wait your time and make the moves. You kind of have to be at the right place at the right time. You have to go all the time, and then you have to, like, be a bit lucky as well. So 4th for Mayfield is not that bad. Like, I think obviously the win, he won't be happy, but I don't think it's that bad. I think the only thing about this that's a bit scary is that S-Works teammates Lime and Canas was 5 seconds in front of Fender Mayfield. And then there's a big gap back to Frankie. Because usually we've had like these 4 or 5-way fights for the win in E-Buggy, but here he was smooth sailing at the front. A few names that are a bit out of place. Well, Seth in 7th, I don't think it's a disaster. Like, fine, whatever. Like, he's usually better in Nitro anyway. But Fuller in 8th, he's always been good in E-Buggy. He's fought for the win at this race before. Don't really know what happened with him, but 8th, Boots, 9th, and looking at their teammates, Canas and Lime at the front, not the car, shouldn't be the tires, you know, because Canas is running J Concepts as a Fuller. Boots has done well at this event. I think the GRPs are fine with them, so don't really know why. Maybe just not clicking for them. And then obviously Fee. I don't know, like I don't know what happened. Probably like something pretty drastic because he's all the way back in 14th. I don't really know if it was ever in the fight because, you know, you can't really see it if when you're not in the front. But I'd say this was like a one-off, you know, because I think if he had a good one, he would have been there right there in the fight because he's won 2 in a row now. And then 2 names that has to be said are Spencer Rivkin and Brandon Rose. So Spencer Rivkin lost in the A main, retired. Brandon Rose did not even qualify for the A main. He was in the B. And then when you look in here, Jermaine Robinson, the top AE guy. Like, Brandon and Spencer are getting paid to do this. It's I don't know. It's a tough look for those guys. I don't know what it is, but 2 years in a row now that I feel both of those guys have had a. Maybe Rivkin was not that bad last year, but Rose at least has had 2 stinkers of DNCs in a row now. At least in the e-buggy. I'm not entirely sure where he finished in Nitro. Let me quickly get it up. He was in the main, but yeah, tough one for the AE guys in e-buggy.
Yeah, I would have to agree on the Fuller. I would think that Fuller might be a little bit disappointed in his race this past weekend because last year he was in the hunt for a lot of wins. And that he had a great race with Mayfield in the Nitro final. But sometimes it goes like that. So you just gotta go back. I meant to ask this earlier, and I know we're gonna bring up winners and losers later, but there's something I want you to think about is that if I remember correctly, when he was on S-Works, Brandon Rose was not finishing worse than 5th usually and making all the finals.
Yeah.
So, and he'll sneak in a top 3, obviously got a win. I don't think the move to AE has sat with him all too well. A lot of times you go to this race and he might be the only AE guy there.
Yeah.
So I hope, because I like Brandon Rose and I want him to see, I know he can do well. I definitely consider him a top driver and upper echelons, but something's got to click, right? Because when he was on S-Marks, he was a lot better. And I'm just gonna be honest with you. And that's how I feel. Maybe I'm missing something here, but to not see him like in the A final, and I don't think he made the A final for truck either, if I'm not mistaken. So to not see him make those two races where I think he should be in every A final, but then again, Mayfield was in the B final, right? Of Nitro buggy. He did bump up.
But Mayfield is notorious for having terrible qualifiers and still winning. So
I don't know. I just feel like, and I don't think it's work. I think that Rose has put it in a lot of time and a lot of hard work, but maybe just been a year and a bit since it's been on the AE team. I think he went to the AE team thing will be bigger, a lot more input, and generally it is, but I still think he's kind of, I don't know what the word is to describe it. Maybe just not gelling with the car.
I think that's it. So if you look at the S-Works car, you have the biggest differences to AE is you have a rear end with a bit more offset and the shocks that are stood up. Like geometrically, there are some differences as well, but those are like the what first come to eye, and those are probably what make the handling the most different. So you have maybe the front axle is also a little bit lower than the AE, but yeah. So handling wise, you have a rear end that supports you more, and you have a shock package that is less progressive, which like is a bit more forgiving in slow speed, and gives you a little bit more comfort. Not necessarily the best for corner speed, but it gives you a bit more comfort. Now, okay, Rose, as a driver, likes to push, needs a car that he can trust. He's come from a Gamma, which was a C-Hub car with plenty of rear grip, a direct front end, and he used to run it quite stiff, quite dull, so he could push it really hard. And he's an aggressive driver. So you come from a car which gives you a lot of comfort thanks to the offset in the rear end. You can push it on power, you can steer it on power, and you won't lose the rear end. And you have low progression, so you can trust it in low speed. You can go into a corner, turn, it will go over the bumps, and you can come out of the corner. Whereas the AE with the higher progression, a bit like stiffer type of geometry, the rear end is more floaty. You're gonna have to be really gentle on the car. it has a lot of corner speed, but you cannot unlock that corner speed if you're just sliding around. You need to be able to find the level of the grip and be close to it and be gentle with the car. And Rossi is not that type of driver. Like Ongaro loves the AE because that's the way he drives. He drives on the edge. He knows where the limit is. Same with Karup. He drives on the edge of the limit. He's really smooth with his inputs. And I think it's just that. I think the way the car is set up, the way the car is built, the style of design they have chosen for the AE, I think it's just going against what he's used to. And I don't know necessarily how he can achieve the things he wants. Or could he even change his driving style a bit? But I think one or the other has to happen because I don't think he's gelling right now. I think you're absolutely right about that. It's not looked good for a while.
Yeah, I was. Look, I like Orioles. I like Brandon a lot.
Me too.
I think he's one of the best in the world. I just want to see him live up to that, right? And I'm sure he does too. But this is that grind. This is the diamond mine grind. You know that meme, that diamond mine.
Yeah.
I just thought that getting with Associated, he would progress faster, and I'm not seeing that. So that's probably where I'm at. All right, so let's move on to a few more. I know you don't have, man. You are so prejudiced towards Truggy. You don't even have the results up here. Your favorite class and the class that you're best at, Nitro Truggy, you and JQ. Man, we're gonna show him some love because it actually was a good race.
Okay, yeah.
So I don't know what happened to Mayfield, but him and Van Dalen were battling it out with about 17 minutes ago, and it looked like he hit a nail or something. Something happened, but he broke.
So Truganeri went with Truggy hater, dude. It's just like true. I think I'm just gonna say that like I don't necessarily have anything against Truggy, but when you have an event, when you have an event with 4 classes, like discussing each class individually takes so much time, and then when you start to think about it, Truggy is not an IFMAR class, okay? That's one reason. And if you go ask any pro driver, what is the order of classes you enjoy? Some will say Nitro Buggy, Nitro Truggy, E-Buggy. But I'd say that most Europeans would say Nitro Buggy, E-Buggy, and then Nitro Truggy. And I think if you look at it...
Truggy, you know when you're going to give a fuck about Truggy? When a European wins it.
But didn't Kilic won it at TNR, and I didn't have it on. So, not true.
Nah. What I got you.
Yeah.
I just want to go through the results of it real quick because it was actually a good race, and Seth Van Dalen won it, and it was a battle. I think him and Fuller and Canassa battling at some time. I kind of turned it off at about after Mayfield kind of broke, but man, Seth Van Dalen should have won this race last year, to be honest, in truck.
Yeah.
And that's when I always say this. AJ Schumacher and his excellent turn marshalling last year saved Seth Van Dalen's second last year. Did he win last year? Because AJ was sprinting on it straight away. But congratulations to Seth, man. I think that's a great win for him. You know, I think this is his. I don't know if he's won E-Buggy before, or Truggy before at DNC. But dude, that's like you get that win on a Friday. Momentum, you know. Sorry, on a Saturday night, last race, you carry a lot of momentum going into the next race. Mayfield would definitely not be happy with that because, you know, you're winning this and then you don't have a DNF. I don't know what happened, but it looks like the wheel and the axle left the chat.
Yeah, somebody said the kingpin screw broke on the chat.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, JW. Ooh, not a good thing. And it must have broke in a crash, a harder crash we didn't see off on camera. Because the crash that we saw, it was like nothing, like he landed on top of a pipe. So Cody Seiler, Seth was with the 1120 fuel mileage and warm up is crazy. I was really concerned he was running out last lap at 10 minutes. Was that in buggy? I think that was in buggy. Anyway, we'll get to that. But I'm just trying to bring up Nitro Truggy. Go ahead, Max. You can geek out on Truggy. It's okay.
I don't haven't really watched the results of Truckee. All I know is Van Dalen won. Truckee. I do have them up here.
Yeah, bring them up.
The Fuller with the second and Lutz
Very
with the
good.
third. Okay. Canas
Tony,
actually qualified second or first, I think. I'm not sure.
Lutz missed pit lane, he says. Oh no. Who was doing the fueling for Lutz? Was it you guys, Tony? Was it AJ and those guys? But yeah, it was a good race. Like Van Dalen, he pushed. Like you could see he was confident. Definitely having a good run. Someone had himself.
This was a good one too. Let's pitch his own cars.
What's up, Nick Salto? Oh my gosh. Someone
Okay, can we now talk about Buggy?
We didn't go through the results of Truckee. There are people out there that want to hear the results of Truckee.
Okay. Van Dalen won. Fuller second. Lutz third. All-American podium. Canas fourth. Rivkin fifth. Good one for him. Figueredo sixth. Boots seventh. Lyman eighth. Heckert. Setzer making it with Sparko Truckee. Fiend 11th. Joshua Vigil, a local, making it into the main. Cavalieri with the Techno Truckee. Jermaine Robinson, and then Mayfield in last place after breaking. No, second to last because Fend apparently broke before him. What happened to Fend?
No. Somebody will let us know. Shane Saunders was finding him. All right, was his pick guy? Okay.
Brandon Rose
I would
B in
Arsenal
Truckee as well. Cole Ogden, 20th in Truckee. Actually, Davey beat Pecco in Truckee. Damn.
And from what I know, Pecco and Cav are both running Techno trucks.
Yeah, they're running tech. I don't know why they want to run the Mayako. I haven't really been involved in the project in a bit. But yeah.
All right.
Can we now talk about Buggy, please?
All right, let's get to Buggy.
Yeah.
Biggest surprise out of this, Mayfield in the B, starting fourth.
Yeah. To be honest, like
that's shocking.
I'm not surprised at all.
You're blasphemous.
Well, how many times has Mayfield like been like 20th and then he pulls out a magic Q3 with a second and makes it like last into the main? Like almost every year at DNC. I feel like it's just he usually qualifies really bad at this race. Sometimes he qualifies good, but usually quite bad.
He had a very bad. Does anybody know what happened to him in? Hold on, was it Q3 that he finished way down the line? He must have broke or something.
Yeah, and this is exactly what he always does. 5 minutes into the A, Ryan was up to second. Yeah, every time. Like he like qualifies like last in the main.
Hey man, Joao bumped up to FM2, right?
Yeah.
So for me, I don't know. So it seems like the techno guys found something overnight going into Sunday.
Probably, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because Joao and both Mayfield, they bumped up, and I think it was 3 that bumped up. So that would have been I have it up here. It would have been Ryan Mayfield, Joao Figueredo, and Wilson, I think, were the guys that bumped up. I could be wrong. But Mayfield, I think, was so here's kind of what I got from it. I thought this happened. Now here's the debate. He either ran out of fuel, and you could hear it. I was listening to Tyler because I watched it this morning. And he was saying, I don't know why he kind of went like an extra. I think he went like an extra lap over Fenn because him and Fenn were kind of doing that 9-minute pit stop. Fenn went long in the first pit stop, and maybe this was Mayfield's long pit stop. 2 bumps, says Salty. So only 2 bumped. I do apologize. So it's 14 in and 2 bumped up.
Yeah, 2 bumped. Yeah.
I think that I think he had to push so hard on that second stint or whatever to keep up to that second, and I think that might have just affected fuel consumption. Now they say it might have been a slow marshal to him, but look, man, you don't see Mayfield make these type of mistakes. Not with Truey pitting him either. So it's either one of those two things. I think they just miscalculated the amount they had to push if they run out of fuel. Or it was just a unfortunately slow marshal for him that cut him out. But that's racing, right? Not cut him out, but basically he was upside down too long. And it's probably running low on fuel anyway. So when you're upside down, you're on the last legs of that fuel tank, and then that clunk probably went down, and it was probably scraping to get that last bit of fuel, and that's what happened, I would think, right? So, but I mean, not a good DNC for Mayfield. Okay, he got a 4th in e-buggy, a broken truck in nitro truck. He would not be. Didn't he sweep this last year? Didn't he win like nitro buggy?
He might have swept. Yeah, he might have.
I didn't win e-truggy, but he won 3 out of 4 classes.
Yeah, something like that.
Mayfield just. I mean, I don't know, man. It just happens. Just one of them races.
Yeah. But he has had a few of these. That year, that Boots one, like Mayfield was nowhere to be seen. He was just in the back. So sometimes he has a bad one, then he comes back and sweeps. So, yeah.
Okay.
But the man of the day, Seth Van Dalen.
Okay.
And the most important thing about this, that gives it even more things, is he started 4th and dropped all the way to the back on like the first lap and rode his way back up. So if you look at like Seth's laps, after lap 3, he's 13th. And then he climbs up a little by little. He even drops to 15th at one point, actually. So I think it's a second. So let me see. Yeah, I think second pit stop, he's back to the top 3. After the second pit stop, he makes it back into the top 3, and then he doesn't get the lead until the very end, or not very end, but like quite end of the race. And the craziest thing about it is he ends up winning by 20 seconds. Like, so it's not like a walk away at the beginning. He just fucking came back and took off. Went by.
Dude. It was
Canas,
sketch near the end of the race. It was sketch if he was going to make it. Then Canas was pushing behind him too, because I heard the announcers, and Canas made mistakes. It was at one point like 4 seconds with like one more lap to go, and then Canas made some mistakes, and then he would just comfortably win it. But it was sketch like on fuel that he was going. But you know what?
Okay.
I don't. You know what? I don't think I am not. I am not, because Seth has come very close to winning these or winning a big major event. Obviously, he won TNR, right?
Yeah.
But, he's come close. He almost won Wicked Weekend that year. And the last lap, him and Fenn got together. I'm actually happy for him. You know why? Because he's a semi-pro. He he works for his dad. He has a real job. So he's working throughout the week. He isn't getting paid to do this for a living. He probably makes some money. He has to bundle his travel, because Techno has a big team and all this stuff. So he's been grinding it out. So I'm actually very happy for him. So well done, Seth. 2 wins at one of like this big ass race, followed by JC3, 3rd for Camden Line. Great race run for him.
That was 5th at TNR and then 3rd here. I think that's a good follow up.
Dakota Fend in 4th, who TQ'd this. Who led a large leg of this race? But
I think we should touch it, because Van Dalen obviously a great run, and then Canas like fast as always, and Lime I think he just did a good run. But Fend is something that I find a bit interesting, because he started from pole, got a good start, was in the lead, and should have controlled this race and ran to the end. But I think for the first time in probably ever, he lacked speed. Like if you look at his top 5, even top 4, top 10 and top 15 laps, it's slower than all guys around him. Like the only guy who's matching him is Fuller. But if you look at Fee, you look at Camden, Canas, Seth, even Mayfield, if you look at his like top 5, all of these guys are actually going like faster than Fenn. So I don't know why. I don't know what happened, because he TQ'd obviously, so he should be fast. But he was not necessarily losing this because of mistakes. He lost this because of pace, which is rare for Fend, like really rare for Fend.
I think it's the tires, man. I mean, he did good, and the Matrix tires are better than when they first came here back in 2023.
Yeah.
But we have to give him some leeway, right? This is their first big race outdoors like this on those tires.
Yeah,
I'm actually shocked that he finished fourth. To be honest, he TQ'd and finished fourth.
So I think, but my point kind of here was that he TQ'd and then he didn't win. You know, like and like usually what happens when he TQs, he crashes, and that's why Mayfield comes and wins. But here he just like didn't even. I mean, he crashed, but not even that much. He lost because of pace, and I think you're on. I think you're right. I think it is the tires, and I think if you asked, you know, like anybody that okay, Matrix signed Fend. How do you think he's gonna finish at the West Coast races? And you said, oh, he's gonna make top fives, but he's not gonna be like maybe all the way up fighting for wins, but he's gonna be top fives. And everybody would say, okay, that's good. That's like really good for Matrix. But after that qualifying and that podium in e-buggy, I was expecting more. I was expecting, oh, he's just with these Matrix tires, he's where he like always is, you know, regular Fend. But the first time since a long time, this wasn't the regular Fend. I think the comment, like somebody said, like he finished fourth. Yes, that's good for him, good for Matrix, for a new tire brand in the West Coast. But at the same time, like it's weird seeing Fend like this. It's weird seeing Fend losing because he's slow, not because he's making dumb mistakes.
Well, I mean, it's got to be expected. This is part of it, right? We talked about the tires, and look what Seth went out there. He went out there and won on the good old reliable reflexes, right? Mm-hmm. And when you don't have that in your arsenal yet, you know, this also. Well, let's go. Okay, so what if everybody was on a spec tire? Would this have been different?
I think if I'm honest, if everybody was on a spec tire, and the first part of the race played out the way it did, I think Fend wins this.
Yeah. So I would agree.
That's not like to throw shit at Matrix particularly.
Yeah,
but like
it's
to be expected.
We don't want lawyers contacted. No.
Yeah, but I mean it's expected. Yeah, but if you look at Matrix's online posts, like they was actually happy. So they posted that first time racing in the West Coast, getting a podium in e-buggy, and this is something to build on. So I think that's the right attitude, and I think it's just the truth, you know.
I agree with you on 100%. Was Fend the early X-ray in the A? I do believe he was. They did not.
Yes, he was.
They did not send a big team to this race, and Ronald misses DNC for a second year in a row. But I think this has to do
with everything.
Well, I think
he
this has
run
to
an
do
A-scale race this year.
Well, I think this might have something to do with him having a brand new baby boy, and also probably getting ready for the
Touring World.
The now not happening 10 scale world. So isn't Fend running a new buggy too? Who knows? I'm sure they're probably running a whole bunch of stuff. Does X-Ray have a new buggy? I don't know what Fend's running.
I don't think they changed much, to be honest. They changed a little bit, but not a lot.
I don't think the USA guys get as much love as the European guys with the new stuff.
But X-Ray actually doesn't run a lot of prototype stuff. Like they usually tend to stick to the version, unless it's like a Worlds, then they do have some prototypes. But like for a regular race like this, I don't think they do much. They don't really allow their drivers to do much like modification.
CBD says Pro Circuit tires CDB. Sorry, I always want to say CBD, but it's CDB. Yeah. Says Pro Circuit tires were sneaky good. Let us know who the sneaky person was. Oh, you mean promotion? I think he means promotion.
Yeah, because if you look at that's a good.
No, Joao, he runs Pro Circuit.
Yeah, Joao runs Pro Circuit.
Joao was up to he was up to third when he broke. I think. Yep.
Yeah.
So and he came from 14th.
Yeah, but okay, this was actually good that you mentioned promotion, because I want to talk about on the podium. So you in e-buggy you had promotion, J Concepts, and then in third you had Matrix with Fend, and then in Nitro Buggy you had Seth and JC3 with J Concepts, and then you had promotion in third, and then you had Matrix in fourth with Fend. So actually, like, it's crazy. We're actually getting tire wars, like, even in the West Coast, and it's happening quicker than we thought. Like, because 2 years ago we would look at the finals and it would be like J Concepts all the way through. So, like, they are still winning. They're still the best. I think clearly the tire to beat in the West Coast. But like they got a lot of challenge to keep up, I think,
on both fronts. But this is we'll see how it all peters out when we go indoor racing her shortly at PMB.
Yeah. I think then they will have maybe even a bigger advantage. But
let's finish. We had Fuller in fifth. Fuller probably happy with the fifth, but he expects more. I'm sure he expects more. I think a fifth after not having but he finished I think fifth is good, even though he was in the battle last year. But get the bad results out of the way now, so if you get ready for the Worlds, right, Mason Fuller?
I think you're right. Yeah.
We had Fee Long in sixth. Brandon Rose, I would say seventh. Probably not the Rose result that we're looking for, but I think he's happy with that because his other results weren't that good.
Yeah, and last year's DNC was a disaster. He was in the C lane or D main.
Elliot Boots in eighth. He would want better. Ryan Lutz in ninth. Frankie Contreras 10th. This is like, I know he does a lot of laps there. I think 10th is respectable. It's hard, man. It's hard. Rivkin, he was in third, finished 11th. So I would think he would be upset about that. Spencer Hecker, 13th, 12th. He moved up. Pecco, I give Pecco some credit, qualifying directly into the final in 7th. So he had a good run in Nitro Buggy, but didn't come together for him. He finished in 13th. Jermaine Robinson from 8th to 14th. I was expecting Jermaine to be higher, but I'm going to give him his flowers. He made the final. That's an accomplishment right there, because there's some names down there that are getting paid that ain't in the finals. And then Ryan Mayfield would not be happy, and Joao Figueiredo would not be happy either, because these two were like fucking fast, right? And they had that B main like I call it a B main warm up race, and but that's racing, right? In order to finish first, you must first finish. So
yeah.
And well done to Seth Van Dalen taking this big win. I mean, he's TQ'd this race in Nitro Buggy before, but never won it. And the big question now is, is Seth Van Dalen the top driver at Techno? Right now, our poll has 128 votes. 29% say yes, 21% say no, and 50% say not yet. So go on over there and fill in that poll. But what do you think? Do you think Seth is number one on Techno? Do you think Seth is going to get a full-time ride now and do this full-time? Because I don't think
yet. I think like he needs to go out in the East. I think we go out to the East. We have PMB, then we have Wicked Weekend, then we have the Nationals. And I think after the Nationals, if Seth has consistently beaten Mayfield more than Mayfield has beaten him, in Nitro Buggy specifically, I think then we can get our answer,
Does he want to do it full time? Is the money there for him to do it full time? Does he make more money as a regular Joe worker? That's all things he has to weigh.
But if he consistently beats Mayfield, that means that he's winning big races, So like I think the money is gonna be there, especially contingency. Like I bet he did get a few dollars winning this race, coming his way. So I do think if he is able to race at this level, the money is there for him. And to be honest, like if you look at other teams, like
I agree with you.
I think like other teams are going to start looking at him as a like a
Oh,
signing,
that's what I was
you
going to
know?
think. Who's going to throw some money at him next year?
Yeah.
He's been with Techno for a long time, and Captain Nitro brings up a good point. I'm sure he makes more money doing countertops. He can do that.
Yeah, but
He can go. I believe it's his dad's business, so he can get time off to go to these races. Maybe he's going to be the American version of Neil Craig. Maybe he stays with Techno for a long time.
Maybe, but to be honest, like, how old is he? Like 24? I think he's like my age, about.
Yeah, I think he's your age.
Okay, the countertops will be there in 10 years. I trust you, my guy. You
Do
know,
you think he should
the count.
hit it? He should take it. He should
Wh-
go.
When, yeah, when the iron is hot, you shape it. You know.
So I was thinking that does he commit to say, hey, I'm going to do 2 years of this full time, but he has to have the budget and has to make the money to do it, because I'm sure there's been races he's left and it's cost him money, right? We can
Probably
one of them.
Yeah.
This is the reality of it. And then we just talked about all these young guys that are coming up, right? And then is there space on that Techno team to pay him to stop working and do that?
I think that's going to be the big issue.
Pay him to do that.
I think that's going to be the big issue, that he's probably wanting to run Techno, but Techno won't be able to pay him because they already have like quite a few guys.
I think it's going to be like Neil Craig, personally.
I think like, I don't know him and his mentality, but I wouldn't be surprised. He seems like the type of guy to be like that. But at the same time, like in the back of his head, you know, he's got to know that the countertops will be there in 10 years. RC racing for him won't be there in 10 years if he like decides to come back. So yeah, I just think like if somebody offers him a decent deal to be a full-time pro, you gotta really be like, I guess, crazy in some way to not take that, to not want to pursue that. Because the thing is, let's say Associated signs him for 2 years. He shits the bed for 2 years. Okay, goes back to Techno, and they give him the same deal he has now. You know, like it's like a win-win situation in the end. You get a chance to try to be a pro. If you fail, you can go back to what you're doing now. So yeah, I think that.
Okay, well, you know, I think that's a question that we can ask the chat. Yeah. I just wanted to give some shout out to, we're going to just call out the intermediate Nitro Buggy A finals. We had Travis Horn taking the win, followed by young Benny Comarion, which is good. AJ Rodriguez, I believe that's Benny and AJ are similar age, very young. So that's good. Trevor Owens, the doppelganger for Ongaro in fourth. And then you had Dylan Bartlett from One Army in fifth. Our good friend Nick Watlett was in sixth. We had Donato Tradardi, who is a Florida racer. Him and his family have been racing quite a lot. He was in seventh, the Venezuelan. Chase Angel. Sammy Moran, another 10 scale guy doing some nitro. Believe it or not, Sammy Moran is a heavy diesel mechanic. You would never think it if you met him. But then again, he's kind of small, so he probably fits into this engine bay is pretty good. And then I have to give some shout outs to Mad Maddie Long. She qualified second. Unfortunately, she finished 13th, but that's our first time going out to a race outside of the Southeast for her. So I give her a lot of credit. But well done to everybody that participated in this race and took victories. Congratulations to everybody. And yeah, it's been an exciting first 3 months of RC, dude. And you and Will went into all the 10 scale stuff. Don't even talk about all the touring car stuff that's been going on. It's been a lot of racing.
Yeah, it's been a busy start of the year. But yeah, I think that covers all of the big races at the start of the year. So I think we're gonna make our winners and losers pick, and then we're gonna finish the show off with some questions, right?
Questions. All right. Well, our winners and losers is brought to you by Sidewinder Fuels. Morgan Fuel has been collaborating with many of the world's top drivers for over 40 years. This has enabled them to test their fuels in the most challenging situations and take the development of competition fuels to the next level. The result is Sidewinder, the market's most powerful racing fuel. This fuel has been track tested and proven by national world champions such as Ryan Cavallari, Mayfield, Greg Degani, Mark Pavidis, and their top drivers, Young, Fee Long Win. These drivers appreciate that Sidewinder is blended perfectly for the high-performance needs of competitive racing. Don't let victory slip through your fingers. Purchase Sidewinder today. All right, so here's our brand's winners and losers, and people don't get upset. This is our opinions.
Yeah, and and this is for the first 3 months. So not only one race; it's for the first quarter. Okay, so
okay. Wow, yeah. Max, you have S-Works, Techno, ProMotion, J Concepts, and Matrix as winners.
Yeah, and ProMotion, because they have been making podiums. They have been getting e-buggy wins. I think they have some other wins. J Concepts, because they're still number one in America, and in Europe because Canas has been winning. And I'm gonna say Matrix too, because even though they didn't win Montpellier, Polito and Ongaro was the top two, and in the top three. And in America, they got a podium in e-buggy. Fend won SIC again. Say okay, not to his level of competition, but still. So I think those three tire brands have really been looking good.
This is 8 scale because in 10 scale it's not like this. Right now, it's people are all on Hot Race and Matrix right now. There's the hot tires.
Yeah. But we're talking 10 scale this week. So then Techno and S-Works as cars, they're the only ones with wins this year. Like, okay, Fend won SIC, but if you look at the races, Fuller with a win in Vegas, Seth with TNR, and now this race. Techno and S-Works looking really good. And then in Europe, Canas won Montpellier. Sure, Ongaro has been good in Italy. He's been beating, like Kilic brothers have gone there and he's been winning the races. But then again, if you look at associated, like Rivkin and Rose, they really haven't had like the best of times this year. So I think I put associated actually in the medium category, even though Ongaro is still doing good. And joining associated in the medium category is Hot Race. They were the number one brand in Europe and probably still are. But they have lost all of their guys. Joao, one of the longest reigning Hot Race guys, moved to Pro Circuit. Boots was Hot Race, moved to GRP. Canas was Hot Race 2 years ago. They don't really have the numbers, you know. They yeah, I mean they have Barufalo. They like Ronafog runs their stuff. K-Rob runs their stuff. But I mean, in Europe, if you start looking, none of the top names like openly run in 8 scale, openly like run Hot Race. And I mean, the thing with Hot Race is, if you go to a regular race, they are the most used tire most of the time. Like most people run Hot Race in Europe, but they don't have the names right now. And with the big tire wars going on, I don't know. It's like they're still doing good. Don't get me wrong, but like a lot of other brands are really, really making a push. So I hope just like Hot Race doesn't get like crumbled under the pressure of the other brands, because the tire market's busy right now.
It is very busy. All right, let's get to drivers. You have winners: Van Dalen, Canas, Lime. I would not argue with that.
Yeah,
I have a question about Canas though. Tell your point, and then I'll ask my question.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that like these are the three guys that have gotten like wins. I think Fend could be here. I haven't put Fend anywhere because I think he's kind of been where he should be. But I think like the drivers that have really, to me, looked better than last year are these three: Van Dalen, Canas, and Lime. I think other guys are kind of where they should be.
So 2024 was a great year for Canas, right? 2025 still a good year, but not compared to what he had in 2024. Has this win in Montpellier? He seemed very happy to finish second at DNC. He got an e-truggy win. Are we seeing 2024 Canas? I mean, he had to get used to the tires. He's been a year on the J Concepts tires. He's feeling things out. Are we seeing a rejuvenated Canas? Because I mean, he was pushing hard last year and he wasn't getting results. He's supposed to come to a whole bunch of races. He had to take a break during the summertime. I think we're seeing a rejuvenated, freshened up, ready to take on the world and take many victories in JC3.
I think he's in a better place than he was last year. He wasn't bad last year by any means, but I think
he wasn't that great, like compared to 2024.
Yeah, I think this is what I agree because with the comment that Canas showed he can be number one, or he is the number one in the world, and he can put it down on all surfaces. And I think this is what is the thing, because yes, in 2024 he had good results on American soil, but it was kind of like he was quite inconsistent still. Like he was like some races he was really good, some races he struggled. But I think now with the experience he has, he can go to any race in the world and be there in the top three, be there fighting with the fastest guys out there. And I think coming into the Worlds, I think he's gonna be one of the, I'd say probably the favorite in the beginning. I think like he's the type of guy right now that doesn't need to click to be fighting for the win. Whereas some of the other guys, like Ongaro, for example, like he needs things to go his way for him to be on point. When he's on point, he's unbeatable, you know? But for example, at the e-buggy Worlds, Ongaro really, really struggled at the beginning. But Canas like never struggles really. Like he's always around the top, you know? And I think that's his strongest thing, that he doesn't need to click to be there. Like he doesn't need to be on his best day to fight for a win. And I think that's what really makes it or breaks it right now. And I think like he has matured a lot as a driver. 2024 was like he was running a high. 2025 was like reality hit back, and maybe some races didn't go his way. But I think this year he's kind of found a way to live with that and found a way to work his craft so that he doesn't need to be the best in every day, but like he can still fight for the win. And I think he's looking to be like a really, really scary driver for these other guys, you know, especially thinking of the world. Like he's such a versatile driver right now. So yeah, that's kind of.
I would agree with that synopsis. A Lime we talked about extensively. Van Dalen, loser. Mayfield, is he a loser or is he schmedium right now? Is he a loser because he isn't winning?
Well, if you look at this year, where did he finish?
Medium.
Well, okay, let's understand that Mayfield did win AMS. You know, like he ended last year with a win, right? And he started this year with what was he, fourth at TNR? I can't remember where he was at Vegas, but no.
NSX, he lost to Jermaine. He didn't win Silver State.
Yeah. So that's kind of my thing, that he and biggest reason behind this is you cannot blame the car, you cannot blame the tires, because he's running the same package as Seth Van Dalen, who's beating everyone right now. So like when he joined Techno and he didn't win, we could be like, oh, he's getting used to the car, you know? Or when he went to Europe and it didn't go well, we could be like, oh, it's just a different thing, you know, like the car is maybe it's not designed for Europe. But there's no excuse. Like there's absolutely no excuse. And I think that's why at the moment for the first quarter, he's losing form. He has lost form. And I think that's kind of what loser in distance means. But I have no doubts that he will regain it. Like he almost won the Nats last year against Fend. So I'm not in any way like doubting that he would be fighting for the win at the Worlds. I think he will be. But at the same time, like right now, it's not the best of Mayfield. Let's put it that way.
Okay. I'm probably going to hear about this next week. Schmedium, Rivkin, Fuller, Felong. I mean, Fuller did win this year.
He did, but the reason why I have Fuller here is because
you think he should be winning this race.
Well, I think he should be more consistent. I think like qualifying 8th, not actually like in the fight for a win. Like I feel like out of the top 5 guys we have spoken about today, Fuller is on pace the least consistent. Because Fee is always there on pace, but sometimes he just flames out or runs out of fuel or whatever, And so that's my why I feel like Fuller is a dash medium.
I'm kind of with Nick on this one. I'm kind of with Nick here. But then he was but he was
the reason why I was gonna put him to loser, but then I started looking at some of his qualifying runs, and he did qualify well at TNR. He did qualify well at DNC. He's fast in buggy classes at times, but the thing is, if you look at his last year, he sucked then too. So it's if you keep sucking, you cannot really be any more a loser than you were before, So I think that's my, but I do agree that maybe Rivkin should be in the loser category, but at the same time, if you look at how he did this time last year, I think he's doing a bit better overall. Maybe not specifically this one race, but overall the first quarter. And I think it's because he's getting ready for the 8-scale worlds. He's running more 8-scale, so I think he should be doing better. That's why he's not a winner. But I think he could be doing even worse. So that's why he's not a loser. That's my argumentation on that. But
okay.
I do agree with Nick that I don't think he's the best A driver right now. But that was the case last year too. Rose was beating him most races. And
I actually have to bring up 2 brands that I think we need to give. Well, one brand we don't talk about them much is Raw Speed, right? I mean, you got Lutz still out there making finals.
Yeah,
doing well. It's just their only pro team. When we think about these tire wars, you got to throw them in there. Their first year on the new ownership. So, and then we mentioned Pro Circuit earlier, but I don't. It's going to be who's going to run them in the USA, because we'll see Joao come over, and obviously Pro Circuit. We know Pro Circuit's been doing well on the guys like Josemi Sanchez, and Pro Circuit's been around for a long time, and a lot of top racers have run for them. Robert Battier won a world championship.
They have a world championship.
So, but definitely we talk about the promotions and J Concepts and all that, but we have it's other teams out there as well. I know someone's gonna say, "Why about Dow Hobbies?" But Dow doesn't have a driver that competes on this level.
No, it's not at this level. Yeah,
right. So we can't really compare it, but it's going to be interesting, right? The tire wars seem to be heating up, outdoor racing, but I think it's going to be a different thing when it comes to indoor, under a roof stuff or on the East Coast and that type of stuff. Let's go in. Okay. You said, okay, here's one of your questions. Can Fee win a Nitro race soon? Does he need to win one soon?
If he wins the Worlds, he doesn't win any other race. He doesn't need to win any other race. Yeah. Okay. I don't think Fee needs to win anything for the next 5 years, and he would still be one of the youngest drivers to do it well in 8-scale. He's so young. But at the same time, I think, but I mean, I think Ongaro was almost 20 when he won his first Worlds. And we are already talking about Fee winning the Worlds at 15. So
okay,
So I would say that Fee doesn't need to win a race, but I think it's bound to happen. Wicked was an obvious one last year. Silver State this year. Even TNR this year, he could have won it, I think, if he had a good run. So I think it's just a matter of time when he's going to win one. I think one of the worst things for him is that it's not really his fault. Like it's not his driving, it's not his racecraft. It's just that he just needs everything to work for 45 minutes. You know, like he just needs to not have a flame out, not have it like engine go out of tune or anything like that. He just needs his shit to stay together for 45 minutes. You know, and um, I think
You
that's
know
it.
what I
You
would
know,
compare Fee to right now? How Fend was when he was running Nitro M2. And then look, I'm not giving Barry your dad Barry, but Fend was
fended himself. You know,
yes, but I think having somebody like Barry help him out for those few years helped him finish races too, right?
oh for sure, yeah.
I think that's what Fee needs. And a mentor of sorts to help go over that stuff. Maybe somebody that's not his dad pitting him, you know, keep him calm on theirs. I'm not, you know, they've obviously done a good job up to this point, but when you start talking about going to these next upper echelons of stuff, and especially at a young age like his, he's still very young.
Mm-hmm.
I think you need somebody who's just going to be in there and have that second opinion of sorts. And
Yeah,
that's what I think, and I truly believe that.
yeah, and I think like even if your dad is a world class mechanic, like I can't really give an example, but like I think like even Ronnefolk, his dad was great, he was fine, but he had Adrian Bertin, you know.
Mhm.
Ongaro has
Mhm.
Verri.
That's a good example. Two good examples.
Yeah, Canas has a mechanic who's not his dad. Any top guy, like if you look at like the top guy of the world right now, I think Fuller is one of the only ones who has his dad actually pitting him. But I think he even has someone else with him in the pits, and I don't know if his dad is on the microphone. Because I think the thing is that at this level, to be a professional, having like an emotional connection with like which most people probably don't have, like
Well, Seth Van Dalen has his dad pitting him, so that kind
okay.
of throws that out. But I get where you're getting at. I get where you're
Yeah,
getting at. And
there's too much emotional like stuff there that if you like, for example, a 15-year-old kid, like when your dad tells you like, oh, do this, do that, you're gonna get pissed. Like it's an instinct. But when someone else tells you, you respect them and you listen to them, and
yes,
that,
exactly,
you know.
exactly. And that person can talk to him on a different level and a counterpoint. Ty and Gord, yes, but Ty and Gord were doing things that others weren't at that time. And in fact, I know. I noticed because I just clipped up the Ty Tessman interview, and I clipped up that part where he was we was talking about how at the time when Ty Tessman was like killing it, him and Gord were dotting their I's and crossing their T's, right? And then the rest of the 8-scale market had to catch up to them because they bought something that they didn't.
Yeah.
So that, you know, Sean Van Dalen is also a racer and a tinkerer, makes a lot of different stuff. He's in it. So
is he, by the way, just a question, is Seth Van Dalen running the sensitive brake thing? That because he was running it last year.
No, I don't know. I know his dad made that for himself.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, but I was kind of interested that maybe like would he be running something different to the other factory techno guys? Or I mean I think even if he wasn't like he, you know, I think he's good because he's good, but I think like it'd be interesting to hear if there actually is some like one of these like gadgets or something that he's running that actually help him in some way. But yeah, I don't know,
but I know we're gonna go into questions really quick, but I gotta pee. So Max, you are gonna take over the questions, and please don't try to get us like kicked off the air.
No,
our sponsors or anything like that while I go, and I'll be right back. So you can answer some questions or talk about what you want to talk about, but I have to go pee because I have an old man bladder.
Yeah. We've been going for 3 hours and 10 minutes almost. So please get those questions going. I'll start talking about a thing, which is Ronnefolk. I think this is a big sort of kind of, let's say, issue for like the European scene, because we haven't seen Ronefog run an 8-scale race in a long while. Yes, he did Montpellier last year, and I understand he has a kid and so on. But I think this is like, it's gonna hurt the competition at the top of Europe, because we don't have one of the top guys is missing. Like when you go to a race now, it's pretty much like Ongaro and Canas fighting for the win. And back in the day, you would have like Ongaro, Ongaro, Canas, Ronefalk. Yes, maybe Kilic could be there now as well. But Ronefalk was like a really stable guy to always put up a fight, and he's kind of been gone because he's spread out across so many classes. So that's one thing I had put down in my notes, that you really feel that he's missing from these races. Okay, Thomas Kitchens asks that did I see the HP buggies at the Netherlands race? In fact, I have not seen the HP buggies. I have understood that they have kind of reverted back onto the RS19 version of the buggy, which has the C hub instead of the 10 scale style knuckle, which the latest buggy they released had. But I have not seen this one at the Netherlands race. I need to find out about this. All right, another good question. Would you say center diff central braking would make maintenance easier and also braking more consistent and better beside the missing brake bias? My argument to this is a hard maybe. Seriously speaking, though, if we look at full-scale cars, we have brakes at the calipers, and we have engine braking as well. And if you have a four-wheel drive full-scale car that has engine braking, the center differential will be working during the time of the engine braking, and then you will have like the balance by the brakes. And I think for us in RC, having the ability to tune the balance is not as important as having the ability to have an open center diff during our braking. So I think the central braking is actually, especially when it's bumpy, especially when you're going over like hip jumps and stuff, or like you're braking and turning. I do believe the center braking will relieve your car a bit more, because you will have that open center diff. It will allow the front and the rear to rotate at different speeds. And I think, like, if you look at e-buggy and the way you can brake at e-buggy, sure, the braking by the electrical motor is smoother in general, but I do think the braking over bumps is better with the e-buggy, partly because of you have that open center diff. But personally, I always tend to run 50-50 bias anyway, so I don't really need the bias adjustment. I do think like braking at the tires is the best option, because you can be really precise with the tuning, and you will not suffer from like all of the play in the drivetrain. And also in RC, if you brake and the other tires on the ground, and the other tires in the air, you can move the other tire, like because the diffs will still be working, but just not the center diff. So like, even though you have the bias, you can have the car like twist to one side. So I think it's better to have like 3 points of freedom instead of just 1 point of freedom for braking. So, but that's something like I haven't tested. So yeah, yeah, exactly. I think this would be the most optimal if you wanted to fine tune your braking performance, because then you can actually feel what the brake itself is doing instead of feeling what the brake and the diff is doing. Because when you had that diff, it basically acts as an unknown like force between the brake force and the tire. Maybe you could do a brake like on the inboard of the drive shaft, or like on the out drives of the diff, But fifth scale has it on the wheel, but I think the issue with off-road is it's too heavy, so it's just unsprung weight. Yeah, now we can bring up that other one. I think this is something you can answer as well, Keenan.
Where would Davide or Orlowski finish at DNC, comparing them to JC3? Juan Carlos Canas. Well, Ongaro has been a few times. I think he finished third. Was his best result there?
Yes, he TQ'd and finished third, I think.
Yeah, he has not been back since, I want to say maybe 2021.
No. 2021 was still at Thunder Alley. So I think it was 2022 when he
21 was at because I went. No, I didn't. Yeah, it was Thunder Alley. No, I'm confused. No, 21 happened at Thunder Alley because 2020.
Oh yes, yeah, exactly.
2020. COVID happened like 2 weeks after DNC.
Okay, wait. So it was 2019 Ongaro went.
Well, he's been a couple of times, or 3 times. He's been after COVID era. He went 2021.
He was in 2022 when Ronefog won e-buggy. He was there, yes. Ongaro, but he did bad. He did really bad.
He has not been since 2022.
I don't think so either. But in 2019, that was when he had just come off the Worlds win, and then he TQ'd and finished third in Nitro Buggy. That was like his best run at DNC.
So how do you think he would do now?
Right now, I think with all the knowledge that they have, Matrix tires being better, I think he would be like 5th, 6th in his first time out.
I think the race is what gets him. Racing under the lights, the
big break between no semi.
Yeah, all that type of stuff. As for Orlowski, I don't know, man. I've never seen him on this type of track.
I think he would suffer a lot. I can't see him being anywhere close to the main, unfortunately. But I don't think so.
All right. Well, I was gonna put him in the main, but you didn't. Well, I think Orlowski is going to the Worlds, so maybe we'll see there.
Yeah, but that's a completely different style of track.
He doesn't run a nitro buggy either, right? I mean, he runs it once and a blue moon.
Yeah. And nitro is much more difficult in general too than electric, because like you have everything, and they had big issues at the Euros too with the engine tuning.
So Gas Boater, he actually sent me a picture of this. So on oval cars, on the arms, so I'm trying to use both hands. I'll just use one. So there's the arm, right? So you can adjust on this oval kit here showing me, you can adjust the toe by loosening a screw, and then it shows you the degree. Like, so basically, imagine like you had a camber gauge on the bottom of your arm. So you loosen up the screw, and then the toe moves like you can adjust the toe of the hub by moving it.
Okay.
So basically, like, say that's the screw going through there, and then you can adjust the toe like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
like
well, the thing about that is, like, I think it's just the durability risk. Like, it's really scary for durability. But what I do think is going to happen is active towing. So, in touring cars, you have that steering link also on the rear axle. So you have active towing. So I think that's going to be next in off-road as well. I think it's going to become a thing, because it's a very, very good tuning aid in touring, and it's going to be really good for off-road as well.
Well, Andy LeChan says, tell him to Google custom works for arm. It's durable. I'm not contemplating that the arm is durable. I'm just thinking that the knocks that we take and the amount of time that we take in off-road, I think that's going to knock that off. You know what I mean? It might work in touring. It might work, in touring car, or it might work in maybe 10 scale. But I think the hit. Yeah. Look, dude, look how sloppy these cars are. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah. You kind of have active toe, active camber anyway, halfway through a race with the slop that you get in these cars. So that's just another. I think that's just another area that you're going to form slop. Or imagine if you hit hard enough 5 minutes into a race, and then one wheel's got, I don't know, knocked completely off where it's like this, and the other wheel's like this. You know, I mean, you could probably come in and fix it, but I just think not the durability of the actual arm, the durability of the piece moving is the issue.
Yeah,
that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Basement. So the question, Max, did Pecco surpass you as Padawan compared to time frame perspective? Explain
as
that.
a driver. As a, I don't really understand the time frame perspective part of the question, but I think Pecco surpassed me as a driver. So he's 3 years younger than me. Well, 2 basically, but he's born at the beginning of the year. So he's 2 years younger than me, let's say, like 2 years and 2 months or something. And he made his first Euros A main in 2022 when Ronafalk won. And I left JQ Racing in end of 2019, so 2020. So my best result was I think 15th at the Euros or 16th. So in the semis, but just outside of the main. Also, what else? I think RCGP, I made 6th, was probably my best result. So if you look at Pecco in 2022, so that would be the same as my last year of trying to be pro or whatever. Pecco finished, I think, 3rd at RCGP, maybe 3rd, I think, at least 5th or something. And then he made the USA main. So I think driving-wise, it's quite obvious. He was driving associated at the time. But I think driving-wise, it was quite obvious that he surpassed me. And also in 2022, he finished 5th at the 10 scale 4-wheel drive Euros. So yeah, driving-wise, I think he has surpassed me by a lot. But then I think as a Padawan of JQ, I do think he has never really been that into setup. Like, and I don't think he really fully understands it. He knows what to do to be good, but he doesn't really understand. Like, I wouldn't think he would ever design a car or something like that. And I think that's probably the reason why he's a better driver than me. That he's focused on driving. Like as long as the car is good enough, like he can win, or do good. But for me, even if the car is good enough, I like to focus on, like, oh, why does the car do this, and why could it do? I don't like, and I like to test a lot of stuff at races, which like I know is not going to help my performance. But I'm just like interested in that, and I think it's a conscious choice. Like I think 2021 was the year where, I won the Finnish Nationals, and Pekka was driving, associated at the time. So we was both driving associated, and I think I beat him. I think he won the first race, but after that I beat him at every race. In the last race, I led him through because he needed second to make it on the podium in the nationals. But I was like 20 seconds ahead of him. So I think that year I definitely beat him. In 2022, after the Euros, we had a national in Finland, and I was running Mayako then, and he was still with Associated, and I did beat him then. So I think when we practice the same amount, when I'm able to run at a comfortable place, which is like Finnish tracks, and when I practice a lot on Finnish tracks, at that time, he's a bit better now, but I think I'm able to beat him when like I put in the effort. But nowadays, of course not, no way. So
you know why
I think
you can't beat him?
He's gained the most. Why?
Because you're getting some punani now. That's why you are not virgin no more. So you lost all of that.
No,
you know what?
I haven't had a practice day in 2 years, so that's the reason.
Well, I would agree. I personally, there's no offense to you, Max. I just personally think that Pekka is a better overall, more naturally talented driver than you.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Right? Because he can drive so many different classes. And we all know our roles in RC, and I think you discovered, hey, I like the design part and pissing
Yeah.
people off
Yeah.
part more than anything else. So, you know, and then you got a girlfriend, and then it just, you know, it's just been going downhill. And I agree with Captain Nitro. It's because of the high protein diet. You know, you're not getting any
I think
protein.
Pekko is been eating a bit too much of that protein beef because
Eating a
he
lot of
started to look
protein.
like the Ghani.
Oh my goodness. Look, you ain't the smallest little guy anymore. But
I've been losing a lot of weight actually here because
you do look like you
I've
lost some
noticed.
weight in the face.
Yeah, it's because I think it's called relationship weight. I think that's what they call it. Like, because I was really skinny before.
Yes, it
before
usually happens.
we started dating. Yeah.
Pissing people off, you learned that from the master himself.
Yeah,
All
but
right.
the thing is that I think I've used to, like, you know, when JQ used to post like political stuff on Facebook, I was like 13 and arguing with Americans then. So I've been always like that. So.
Well, you managed to piss somebody off. You've pissed me off a few times. So
yeah, I remember you smashing the van at the PMB because you wanted to go somewhere.
I want to kill you that day. Not the first time I've wanted to kill you, by the way. I want to say thank you to everybody who gave us some super chats as well and became members. We greatly appreciate it. We can't do this type of stuff without you. We're going to take a few more questions, and then I think
this is a great one.
I'll read it out. Thomas Mueller, do you think there's a difference between toe in the hub compared to toe in the arms? And what are your thoughts on toe on the front arm sweep? I'm going to stare blankly into space now.
Okay. And this is going to be a great podcast clip as well. So let me bring it up here so like people can still read it for themselves. But so in the car, the toe angle at the tire, you will have basically the tire scrubbing all the time a little bit. And when you're on power or off power, the tire scrubbing and directing the car. The more toe in, the more to the center it pulls. Okay, so that's the effect of the toe. The way we tune toe in an RC car is we change it from the arm, but we also change the angle of the hinge pin. So if you think about it like this, you have the angle of the hinge pin as anti-squat, if you're thinking like only like from the side view of the car. And what the anti-squat does is, if you have the center of the mass of the car and you accelerate, and here you have the rear tire, and you accelerate like this, the mass is going to pull or push this way. And if you have the hinge pin at the angle where the center of mass is like pulling, you will have no squat. So that's maximum anti-squat. Okay, it's not you have to make some geometrical calculations. It's not necessarily if you count the hinge pin angle, but that's basically the idea of it. So if you have a certain hinge pin angle relative to the center of the mass and the wheelbase and so on, and you do these geometric like lines, you can have a car that doesn't squat at all. Okay, so all of the force is straight transferred to the wheel from the acceleration. No squatting in this. Okay, when you look at the car from the top view, now you have the hinge pin angle like this, and it works in the same way partly. So if you have the hinge pin angle very steep and it's towards sort of the center of the mass, when you have the car like yawing, so you have the car like rolling and steering and squatting at the same time, the hinge pin angle will be resisting that sort of dipping into the corner part. Okay, but now again, when you have the hinge pin at an angle, the arm is not only rotating sideways, but it's also rotating lengthways. So if you imagine, go to the extreme, that the rear arms were hanging from the back of the car and you went on power, all of that force would be transferred to the shock. And that's basically what you do when you have tow-in. You have this resistance to the car squatting to the corner, but you have less resistance for the car squatting straight back. Okay? So in a lot of ways, when you increase the angle of the tow-in, you will make the car squat more center like this, but you will make the car more stable or more resistant to the car falling on the back corner. And then you have the added effect of the tire angle scrub. And oftentimes, people, when they add tow-in in the rear, and they say, oh, it went better over this section or that section, it must be because of the tow-in. Sometimes it's because of this like anti-geometry factor of the hinge pin angle. And then the tow-in does a different thing. So in theory, if you want to have the maximum resistance towards squat, you want to have the rear arms with 0 tow-in, and then you adjust the tow-in at the tire. And same applies to the front end with the arm sweep. That if you have arm sweep, it will resist the front end like going to the corner as much, but then it will not resist the dipping of the front end downwards. And that's basically sort of, we never have arm sweep in the front most of the times. But then in the rear, we have this effect of like the different form of squatting at different places of the car. And it's not about tow-in, it's about anti-geometry plus tow-in. And I think the modern way we should do cars is so that we isolate these two. So we have tow-in at the tire, which is the outboard tow-in, and then we have the tow-in at the inside from the hinge pin. And in touring cars, you can see they don't have tow-in from the inside. It's just the arms just are straight. And that's because they want to control the tow-in independently from the squatting effect of the car. And then outboard tow-in. The reasons, I think in the video I made in the past, I said, or at least in podcasts when we've been asked about this before, I said that when you add outboard tow-in, the effects you feel will be less drastic as when you add inboard tow-in. And one of the reasons is this hinge pin thing I told you about. Another thing is that when you add tow-in from the inside, you will move the hub forwards. So the wheelbase will also go lower. So there's more things changing that way. But let's now imagine that we isolate the wheelbase change. So we only talk about this sort of load transfer, front to back load transfer, front to corner load transfer. We will have still the tow-in change from the outboard tow-in, but not this load transfer thing. So inboard tow-in, you have 2 variables, and if you don't account for wheelbase, you will have 3 variables. So that's why, obviously, when you change it, you will feel more stuff. You will feel that you get more rear end grip. You will feel that, oh, the rear end feels stiff at this point. It feels stiff because you, in the corner, because you have the hinge pin pointing towards the center of mass. It feels like you have more grip because you have tow-in, and it also feels like you have more like rear end weight distribution because you have decreased the wheelbase and basically moved the rear wheels closer to the center of gravity. So this is why I think a lot of people don't fully understand how tow-in works, because they've never actually tuned it only on the outboard. And if you only tune it on the outboard, the effect is actually not that big. Like the effect of tow-in is somewhat like small, and you can see it. Like, for example, I think Mayako and Techno, they both have the option to tune the tow outboard, and you can clearly like see that the difference with only the tow-in is not that drastic compared to then all of these other factors. And it's very complicated to explain without the graph and stuff like that. So I do have a video on anti-geometry to understand that part, but I have never explored like all of these factors, but yeah, that's the shortest I can put it into.
That should have been a super chat question.
Yeah, I think that might deserve a super chat from someone.
I tried to carry on, but I know you went into extreme science mode right there. I just got lost.
Yeah. There was one question, or I don't know how you say it, like a follow-up question, saying that anti-squat changes from wheelbase change to that's the toe angle. He said, yeah. So this is the issue. So we will have the change of weight distribution. We will also have the like set here. So maybe you could say that there's 4 variables, because when you put the wheels forward, you will also change the anti-squat. Then you will change the toe angle because you try to change the toe angle. You will change the weight distribution because of the wheelbase, and then you will change all of these forces that go into the tire. So outboard toe in, avoid all of those variables. Just understand the toe in effect. And I think to have a car function in a systematically good way, you need to be able to isolate all the setup changes you do to understand what they do. And then when you understand what they do, then you can move forwards to combining these effects. So I that's why I think if you look at touring cars, the geometry of the car is really basic. Like arms are straight, they don't change hinge pin width or the width of the car. And then you have like a very basic hub in the rear. They change very little of the car, because all of those things individually do such a huge difference. And if you start to change too much, you lose sort of the red line of the car. And I think that's something that's probably going to happen in off-road. And these like very minuscule things are why manufacturers struggle to find a proper setup, because they don't really know like why the car is doing this thing, but they have forgot to account for this one more variable or whatever. And I'm surprised that we haven't lost viewers during that. I was keeping track of the viewer count, and I was like looking like maybe it's gonna go down, but actually we're pretty much the same where we started with this.
Oh, you know what you're gonna do next week? Clip this up and put it up on a clips. That's what you got to do. This and the
I might need to I might need to edit at one point, because I zoned out for a bit and said the same thing twice, but I think it was pretty. I hope somebody understood what I said. I think
as soon as we have,
because I think the Jefa Estus, I think that's
Feistest RC.
That's wait, why am I blanking on his name? But we've talked with him before. Wait,
see him
yeah.
Oh my god! But people like that type of stuff. I'm just over it. I gotta go here soon anyway. So you should probably
same
a live session where you just answer questions like this. And if they really
probably
want super chats.
Why can't I remember now his name? He's Portuguese, but he's you know him.
Is he in the Discord?
He's active. Yeah, he's active in the Discord.
Yeah,
What's his name?
Let me go on the Discord and find out, because he's probably.
I just think of Pedro, but it's not Pedro. I know it's.
I'll let you know. I think it's
I'm so sorry. I should know his name, but I'm just like really
don't know his
blanking. Ricardo. Yes, of course, of course.
Oh my goodness! If I start RC, you start giving some super chats. I cannot take another 10-minute tangent. Oh, if you guys like this and you want Max to do a Max Tangents live, let him know.
Yeah, I actually did some notes for my first Max's Tangent already, so maybe we'll get it out before the first quarter ends.
I hope so.
Yeah, and then this is like next level, like chassis rating, different front and rear ride heights, produce different anti-squat. Exactly. Anything you change on the car affects everything on the car. That's basically.
Is chassis raking? Does he mean the kick up front and rear?
No, it's made like the angle of the chassis, like when you have on ride height. So like And also, like, if you have a static ride height of like 24 in front and 27 in the rear, you will naturally also change how the car rolls in the corners. Like, so I feel like people change things. Like, they ask their buddy, like, "Hey, what ride are you running?" "Oh, I'll put the same one." And then they have a completely different setup, and they're like, "Yeah, of course, you need different things for different setup, different cars." All right. I'm not seeing any more questions. I think
You got
we're
some
gonna be
praise.
done.
Team 11. He
Yeah,
says,
thank you.
"Thank you, Lex."
Thank you.
He makes his own 3D printed car, 10 scale car.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Roddy says, "I understand most, but I'm a bad driver." That's my excuse. I don't need none of that shit. I just need to make it around the track. That's where I'm at, like, now in life, and beat Danny Paz. But but that's the thing. There are people that love this type of stuff, and they have questions, and we must answer them. But they get more attention when we get super chats. You got to get people into the mood of giving super chats. I go on the Bashers live, and people are like, bam, bam, bam. And he says, "I'm working on my car that will have TC style active tow."
Yeah,
that's something you're gonna have to explain.
Yeah, active tow is basically just that you have like a rotating hub, and then you attach a steering link to it, kind of like the front end, you know.
Okay.
I don't know how he's making it, but basically, in touring cars, you use a pivot ball on front and rear end. Yeah,
and you just adjust it with the turnbuckle.
Yeah,
length of the turnbuckle.
Yeah,
but I think that would kind of be a breaking point. Wouldn't that kind of be a point of failure in 8 scale? Maybe in 10 scale it could work.
I think it would be a point of failure for sure. But at the same time, if it would break in the front, why would it? Like, if it doesn't break in the front, why would it break in the rear?
I'll hopefully have it at the INS round 2. If you'll be, I should be. So if not, I'll
wait.
I
saw one guy doing a 2-wheel drive, 3D printed 2-wheel drive with the shocks like in the arms. Is it a different guy?
That is, I think that guy's from Hobby Action.
Yeah, he was racing
his car. Lex had his car at Wisconsin track.
Okay. But I've been seeing some that 3D printed and some other online. I love
our Discord as well. Lex is in our Discord. Is quite active in there. Yeah, Alex Craig.
Okay.
That's who it was.
Yes,
that's why.
Yes, I think that's yeah.
But you know what? I can't be on too long because I got to go pick up my son from jiu-jitsu. But we did have a rant real quick, right, Max?
Oh, yeah. I forgot. Yeah.
You know, you might as well continue to piss off everybody. So go ahead.
Oh, you don't want to take the charge? Well,
no,
he was kind of.
Yeah.
I think this is like, this doesn't apply to our fans, but this applies to people who follow RC content. It's like in general. So like not the super fans of us, but people who, just randomly dabble into RC content. And those people tend to always comment, "Oh, we just talk about drama. We just talk about like all this gossip and blah, blah, blah." Yeah, TMC of RC. Then we release like this amazing story about an athlete who got injured, got into RC, like put his like life into this new form, and okay.
You guys are still live. You need a schedule. I'm gonna.
I think I really triggered him with my schedule thing. I'm sorry, Lance. Hey, I wasn't talking about you.
Usually super chats us, and I think you cost us a super chat. So there you go.
I will publicly apologize for a good super chat. No, okay. Back to the topic. So we put out this amazing story of an interview, and I think it's like the worst viewed episode we have had in the past 5 years.
Yeah.
And then we put out an episode of like silly season and gossip, and everybody fucking loves it. Like, what was it? Associated B67, the most viewed video we've had this year, And then people are like, "Oh, why you only talk about drama?" Well, why you only fucking watch drama, And I'm like, at at this point, I'm starting to get annoyed. I posted about this last year, 2 years ago. You remember the Ongaro practicing at the track before the Euros?
Mhm. How could I
That
forget?
post got like thousands of impressions within a few hours. Then we had another post which was like, good job Canas, UTQ practice, and like all the recap of the day. We went through all of the drivers, gave a lot of flowers to people, and that had like half of the impressions. So just reporting what's happening, praising people, and like giving a story, interesting story. People don't give a shit about that. One piece of drama and it blows up. Everybody's jumps on it like, it's the best thing in the world. And then they go in the comments and say, oh, you guys only talk about drama. Well, like, we don't only do that. That's just all what you guys are interested in. Like all the people who comment that only come to our channel when it's drama, and otherwise they don't come there,
Well,
so
I think
I'm getting
three
tired of
good
it. Tired.
podcasts in a row. We dropped the Marcus Carrot podcast, which had a little bit of drama, should have been more numbers. I was shocked at that. The test logger, which I think is, I get it. Jussie's got a little bit of accent. It's hard to listen to, but he has good information in there. But the Paul Thacker one, I thought the Paul Thacker one was going to be good. Then we clip it up. It's like an inspirational story. Like, go check it out.
Yeah.
Give us the subs and likes on it. But it is, you guys love drama. So I don't want to hear this bullshit about we only focus on the drama from here on out, because yes, I like the drama as well. But you know what? The messenger always gets shot. And that's what happens here. Not the message, the messenger. And I think that just go check it out, because here's a man, and go see the Winter Project, like the actual documentary that they did about the snow machines and all that stuff. It was, and how many people react to the thumbnail and not to the actual video? Like when why are the Italians so good in RC? We had a whole bunch of answers. I'm like, there's a video attached to this. Go check it out. Like we asked Italian why.
I love it. I love some of the comments that are written in Italian. Like people say, I'm anti-American. Go see the comments the Italians made on that post. They was basically like saying, oh, they just eat burgers and blah blah blah, and that's why they suck. I like, you guys should be surprised. The Italians and the French really have it out for you Americans.
I will say this: we do talk about the drama quite a lot, because I know I'm excited about it, but we have some good shows out there. I definitely think even the one with David, and we're talking about on road. Now it's on road, and a lot of people ain't into it, but that dude's an F1 engineer, dude. That's like was like. Then you talk to people, and I have a couple of other interviews. I interviewed my buddy Alan Placer, who talks about like working at a hobby shop, getting into Power Wheels, and then I got Racing Jason coming out. The guy who does that cool backyard track. You've seen it. It's like in the woods. It's got all these cool crossovers. It's like a little backyard track. You've seen it on TikTok. You've seen it on Instagram. I interviewed him. And guess what? I got in person 3-view, me, myself, Danny Paz, and Lance. Thank you, Lance. He took us down there. We went out to J Concepts and we did a in-person interview with Paul Wynn. And I actually, like, first time I really sat down and talked to Paul, and it was good. I just finished adding it up. Like editing it up, learning how to use it and do 3 cameras and all that stuff. And but he might cast, but JQ episodes are always great too. When JQ's engaged, he's good. When he's not engaged, when he's engaged for 7 hours, though, it gets a little too extreme. But and AJ's show, I agree. AJ's show was good. It got good numbers. It could get better. What? France and Italy? Who? One JQ Lefty episode, I fell asleep on the sofa. I woke up several hours later to Lefty screaming on JQ. Well, we were screaming at each other actually at one point. We did a work week. We did a work day, almost 8 hours.
Yeah. That's actually, there was a comment I wanted to answer. Who started the AE67? So actually, I don't know. I saw on Facebook, somebody commented on Facebook that that why why did they take Camden Lime's car to the podium for Marcus?
Camden
And I was
Lime's
like,
car. Clement
ah,
Bodo.
Clement Boda. Sorry, sorry. We've been talking about Camden a lot today, and then I was like, okay, sounds interesting. And then I went to look at the pictures, and by looking at the pictures, I immediately saw there's running a base 6.1. And then actually, like, Will didn't say a thing about it. Like, to me, I just told him that when we're gonna do the podcast, I'm gonna be talking about the B67. Yeah, I think dubbing it the B67 was smart because the kids will get it now. You know. Do you know the 6.7 thing?
I don't know.
Does your kid do it?
No, I mean he might,
No?
but I don't know. I don't know what it means. So are we gonna get in trouble?
No. It's just what the kids do. It's like, when we had like 69 was a funny number. For them, 67 is a funny number, but there's no reason for it. There's like no reason for it. 69 is like, oh, it's a sex number, blah blah blah. But the 67 is like that. Just like
69 is a great
67.
position. So I will say so
Yeah.
myself. But
not
yeah,
if
I
you're
don't
a
get-
dog. I'd imagine.
Oh my goodness! See where we go. See, you always got to turn the ass out of it. That we're gonna go. We're gonna go. We're gonna go. We're gonna go because Max has always
let's
got to
go.
turn the ass out of it. Mike Cash, JQ has an amazing amount of knowledge. Even though he hates Sparko, you can't take away the skill from the artist. All the years he has put into the craft of RC. Absolutely, I agree with him. But I'm wondering about our comeback bet. So. I heard 67 started in France as they couldn't make it to 69. You know what? Lance is going to tease you from here on out. I know it.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, good. I think it was good. Max, thank you for coming on. I greatly appreciate it. It was a good catch up with you. A good first quarter. We have PNB coming up and Neoland. I think the Neoland's going to be the European race, and then obviously PNB's going to be the American race. Want to make quick predictions for PNB? And Neoland?
Is it the same weekend?
Same weekend.
Damn.
Easter
Okay, that's
weekend.
bad. So it's going to be only Europeans and only.
Yeah. Oh, Fee's going. Fee's going to Neoland.
Oh, he's keeping BNP. Okay. Are there others? Is anybody from Europe going to BNB? I don't think so.
No, not that I don't think so. So it'd be
So Fee going to Neo. Okay.
I think he could win Neo. I think he could win Neo.
I think he could win Neo, but at the same time, I think Ongaro and Canas are going to be really strong, and G Concept is really good there at that dirt. Okay, let's think about it. No, I mean it's gonna be Canas or Ongaro. I can't see anybody else winning. Like maybe Burak, because he's been racing at AMS and stuff like that. And he's similar. So I think Burak could be a contender for the win.
PNB?
But at the same time, I think it's gonna be like Canas is gonna win, Ongara second, Burak third, or something like that. PNB, I think Fend. Well, maybe not, because the thing is that the tires are really important at PNB. And I think J Concepts, I remember when I went, J Concepts was like ridiculously good at PNB. I'd go. I don't know. I'm kind of feeling Seth again.
Really? So you kind of
want
Seth?
I kind of want him to win because he was second or third last year, and he was at times faster than Mayfield, right? You remember last year, and Fend won last year, right? Was it Fend?
I think Mayfield won. I can't remember. I think it was Mayfield and whatchamacallit and Fuller almost won. I'm going Pro Nitro Buggy.
Okay.
Mason Fuller. Dakota Fenn. Mayfield.
So wait. Fuller, Fend, Mayfield.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just looked it up. So Mayfield did win last year. You're right. And Fuller was second and Van Dalen third. Where was Fenn
no
then?
laps at PMB. No
Oh,
laps
he
at
didn't
PMB. I don't
go.
think that's
He didn't
Easter.
go last.
That's right. Fenn had the baby. Had the baby.
Fenn did. Yeah, he didn't go. That's why. Okay, I think Fenn is gonna be good. But I think he's not gonna be able to win. Considering Seth did well here last year, but then again, Fuller could be. You're going Fuller for the win. I'm going.
You know what, though? I wouldn't be surprised if Seth wins either, to be honest. But I think Fuller
Yeah,
wants to
I'm
win.
going. Yeah, I think I'm going. Like Seth, Fuller, Mayfield, Fenn. Like I go with that. I think Fenn will be there, but I think Mayfield's good at this race. I think Fuller's good at this race. I think Seth's in great form, so it's gonna be really tough to break it to the top 3.
Awesome. Well, we shall see. 2 weeks away. 2 weeks away. But this week, ONS, outdoor 10 scale racing. I can't wait. Gas truck and short course. I got a Armor short course truck, like a ready to run, that Patrick has put some work in it. Danny's already backed out of the race, you know. So I'll take this victory as a forfeit. So it's now 2-1. Is that 2-1? I think so. So Danny has forfeited.
The only
so
the only win you have is a forfeit.
Hey, you have to take victories when you
win
can.
Is a win. Yeah,
a
win is a win.
It is a win. So he might not be able to race, so he forfeits. But yes, I'm going to be racing the short course truck, and I'm going to race gas truck. The goal is in gas truck is to just finish and not break, and also in short course truck because we have no parts. We have no parts. I have the Armor, the ready to run that's based off the 2-wheel drive monster truck chassis thingy.
Is it the Senton or the?
I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, I know what you mean. It's rear wheel drive, right?
Yeah, it's just 2-wheel drive. So
yeah, okay.
But it should be good.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get to see cars go for the first time, and it should be good. You know what?
Yeah,
I'm gonna back on this. Someone said it doesn't matter if you win by in or out. Winning is winning. Yeah, gotta take those victories when you can.
Yeah. Okay, so we have 2 weeks of no racing right now, right? So we have
10 scale racing.
Oh yeah. Okay. So that's next weekend or the week after that?
This weekend coming up. Phil Hurd, iconic Phil Hurd Raceway. I can't wait.
Okay.
It's gonna be
okay.
Good weather. We're good.
Yeah.
Mayfield's gonna be running 10 scale outdoor racing. Something
I
I've never
saw that.
seen.
That's gonna be really cool.
So
That's gonna be really cool. And you guys are covering, right?
Yeah. Look, Team Paz in the house. Team Paz.
Okay. I think that's gonna be one of the most like hyped races in a while for 10 scale.
It's gonna be fun.
Fenn's going, Mayfield's going. Is Fenn going? No, Mayfield's going.
No. Mayfield and Rivkin. Maybe
Mayfield
I think
and
Cole.
Rivkin.
Yeah, I don't. Is Cole Tollard coming? I thought he said he might come.
What about Brock?
No, I don't think so.
Damn.
This is
okay.
This
well,
is
at least
just
we have Mayfield. Rivkin.
Yeah, this is the first one of the ONS, and I know people are complaining about it not being a national series, but we need these 3 races. These 3 races have to be successful, so then it can continue. So I'm gonna say it once again. If you've been on the internet complaining about you want to go back to old school outdoor pin style type racing, show up to one of these ONS races and support it. That's what it comes down to. It's gonna be fun. And catch all the coverage by Elite RC Productions next week too. And
I'll be tuning
nobody
in.
watch any of the races that I'm in. Nobody watch any of the races I'm in. Please don't. Please
I'm
don't
gonna be
watch
clipping. I'm gonna be. Danny's gonna film you, right? Or the cameraman's gonna. I don't know who's on the camera, but they're gonna have you on camera. I'm gonna clip it and post it to the NNRC. Okay.
This will be good. I'm excited. Max, we've been going for 4 hours. Thank you for your time. What's up? I don't know, Robert. I don't know if I'm gonna get to all of them. I would love to get to all of them, but it depends on if I'm in the area or not. So you'll see. But definitely gonna try. It's gonna be fun, and I hope you guys tune in, and I hope you guys support the stream. If you can't be there or be at the next one, and then it's then it's FRCC 10 scale PMB, and I'm planning on going to a crawler event in Alabama as well. My first crawler event. We'll see how it goes. It should be after PMB. Thank you, everybody, for the support. We greatly appreciate it. We hope you guys enjoyed this. Thank you to all the sponsors that make this possible. Thank you to all the NNRC squad around the world. We greatly appreciate it. I got to go pick up my son. I'll talk to you all later. And check it out. We'll be live. And we got stuff coming out here shortly. Check out that Paul Thacker. We've released some good interviews. Check them out. Help us out. And help us get to 10,000 subs. We got to get to 9,000. We are at 8,500. Almost 8,600. So let's get to 9, and then let's get to 10. I would love to get to 10 by the end of this year. So hopefully,
I think we'll do it.
Well, thank you, Max, for all your hard work. Enjoy all the French cuisine over there, and enjoy yourself. I saw you was at a protest the other day, so you're having fun. You're in your activism. Anyway, guys, we thank you all for the support. We'll talk to you later. Have a good evening. Thank you. Lefty and Max, we're out. Ta-ta for now.